And hello there, Calamari. Good morning, if it is morning still for you. Lovely to see you. How are things going? Because it's a very, very nice bank holiday morning here in the UK. Exactly, it could be 1701. And that would be special. I would love it if this was the shiny. You never know, it could be. It could be the shiny. Oh, Daruka's just got down. I think I went for Turtwig last time, so I'm going to go for Chimchar this time. This is it. Encounter 1701. Ah, that would have been so good if it was shiny though. Alas. I'll have to keep on searching. So my plan is to do a similar stream today as the previous days. So I'm hoping to get to 1,900 encounters today. So again, there's a chance. There's a chance I could find it. How is your Mesprit search going? Or have you mixed it up by switching up and doing a little bit of a different search for a while? Oh, 1901. Well, that... I suspect that will be tomorrow's stream. So tomorrow I'll be working, but I'll be working from home on Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, which means I'll finish quite early. So I'll be able to probably do a little 2-hour stream on those days. That's the plan, at least. Oh, that's nice. Nice. I do like Bidoof and Bibarel as well. Bidoof is a cutie though. And I am excited to do to use the radar because I've never used that before. I've seen it used, and my understanding is you have to go for the patch of grass that's furthest away, but you have to not encounter anything. And you have to definitely catch the Pokemon. So presumably I'd have to save up a lot of Pokeballs to do that. But I'd definitely like to try it. But it does sound fun. 1006 for Mesprit. Ooh. You get in there. You definitely deserve it. That's... Hopefully it's soon. Hopefully it's soon. It sounds like those Mesprit resets take quite a long time. So you've definitely put in the effort there. I hope Mesprit shines soon for you. I think I'd like to get a shiny in this game. I've never got a shiny legendary in this game, so I think I'd like to do that. I'm definitely tempted by trying to get the Palkia, at least. So I can imagine. Yeah, I'm still getting used to this. but I would imagine that the buzz when the shiny eventually does appear, even if you're used to the hunt, I would imagine the buzz never gets old. You know, the excitement of finally seeing the shiny. I can't imagine that ever getting old. And Deb, welcome to stream. Yes. I've only just started though. I've just had 2 encounters so far. No luck yet, but there are plenty more encounters left. Yeah, I definitely see what you mean. Shiny hunting definitely can quite easily, yeah, slip into a routine. At the moment, I'm finding it. So, at the weekends, I'm still getting used to it. But I am finding that on the days after work, when I do like a little 2-hour stream after work, I'm finding that very, very helpful for like unwinding after the day. Just not that my job is particularly stressful or anything, but it's still a job that you've got to be switched on for all the time. So just being able to, after that, just spend a few hours just doing something like this, I'm finding it quite helpful. So the midweek streams that I do in particular, I'm finding it very, very easy to build a daily routine around. It's quite nice. And has the weather improved, Deb? I think you were saying it was really, really rainy yesterday. Because, yeah, I don't know what it's like in the part of India where you are, but where in the UK the weather can change instantly within 30 minutes. It can be a really nice day and then suddenly it's pouring down with rain. Oh wow, that's really impressive, Deb. That's really impressive. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I still need to I think I might be able to do that. What I need to do is I just need to create an email address for this YouTube account, really. I can do that in between the encounters. But that would be really good. Thank you. I'd be very, very interested to see. So thank you very much. Oh, Rainy Day, you got the Mimikyu. That's amazing. That is amazing. Well done, well done. You've named her Ferris, and yeah, of course she was worth the 587 hatches. That's amazing. Well done. Well done. That's great news. See, that's things like that. That's what that really helps to motivate. So yeah, hearing about that, that's really good. Well done. Yeah, I definitely want to do at least one egg hatching hunt on this run. Oh, you're going straight into another hunt for Skrelp. Nice. And that's always nice to offer all of the extras. Well, good luck on your next hunt, hunting for Skrelp. I'm hoping you get that quite soon as well. But that's good. That's really good. Yeah, I understand what you mean. Yeah, once you've found one shiny, yeah, you need to. You get the itch to find more. You just got to keep searching for more. And Deb, you've already got another layout ready. Please don't put too much effort and time into it. Anything that you've done already, I'm sure that'll be amazing. Bear with me. What I'm gonna try and do is create an email account. Hold on. And thank you, Rainy Day. Hopefully I get a Piplup, or yeah, exactly, a Piplup or anything. I'll be very, very happy for. It's not a Chimchar, not this time anyway. And your hunt would have been easier in Legends. You've got 2 boxes of Legends, yeah. Shiny hunting in Legends is really nice. I do enjoy that. Oh, it didn't reset. There we go. I do enjoy shiny hunting in Legends. Yeah, there's a really nice feeling when the sound plays, the shiny sound, and I especially like it when it's not immediately obvious where the shiny is, so you don't actually know what kind of shiny has just appeared. You've just heard the sound, and you kind of freeze and you look around. Where is this shiny? Where is the shiny? It's a really nice feeling. So I do like shiny hunting in Arceus. It's very good. And Calamari, no problem at all. Absolutely. Go take care of your dogs. I hope they're all well. And Deb, you once reset your entire game for 4 hours to get a shiny Mudkip from eggs. Very nice. But yeah, that's not too bad to get a shiny from egg hatching. That's not bad at all. So Rainy, you want all of the evolutions to be shiny. I don't blame you. They are really good. Yeah, I think you've maybe got the best I think you've probably got the best shiny evolutions there. So far you've got Umbreon, Sylveon, and Eevee. Umbreon would be my favourite out of all the evolutions. And Sylveon and Eevee are really good as well. So you've started with the best ones, I would say. What's my favourite dragon type? That's interesting. My favourite shiny ever is shiny Dratini. So I think Dratini in general would be up there, because it's just such a cute little Pokemon, and it was so difficult to get in the original games. It felt like a real achievement getting the Dratini in the original games. Ooh, what else? What else? I mean, I do quite like Garchomp, but I think I would say Dratini. I think Dratini is my favourite dragon type that isn't legendary. So, Rainy Day, those are your top three. Yeah. You went from best to worst. Yeah, I don't blame you. And yeah, Leafeon and Glaceon shinies aren't. Yeah, they're not great. They're quite subtle. Yeah. And I'm not fond of the particular shades of green that Jolteon and Espeon ended up with. They're not terrible, but they just could be better. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the whole colour with Dragonite is a little strange. Yeah. Especially Dragonite's shiny. Again, that's another green coloured shiny that's just a little, it just looks a little off to me. It's just not quite as endearing as it could be. And that's fair. Yeah, I think Espeon, yeah, I mean, it's all preference, isn't it? But I can see the appeal of Espeon. It's certainly not subtle. It certainly stands out, which is good. Deb, have I checked Oricorio shiny? No. I mean, Oricorio's got those four different designs, doesn't it? And I can't remember exactly how each shiny looks, so I can't quite remember. But Rainy Day, I completely agree. I really wish they would redesign the subtle shinies. Yeah. Because I've read online that it's not that Pokemon can't do it or that Pokemon have never done it. From my understanding, they have changed some shinies. So my understanding is that Charizard's original shiny in Generation 2 and maybe Generation 3, it was more of a purple colour. But they changed the shiny to make it more black, presumably just to make it more appealing. You know, it was more aesthetically pleasing to do that, so they made that change. That's my understanding. And if they can do that, and if they have done that, then they absolutely should revisit some of the really subtle shinies, like Gengar and Garchomp in particular. Because, yeah, they really should. But then saying that, they still keep making a mistake with subtle shinies, because it's not like it's only the previous generations that had subtle shinies. If you look at the most recent generation with Tandemaus, that's a really subtle shiny, and they've made the same mistake again, you know, making a really subtle shiny. So sometimes I don't understand Pokemon's creative choices when it comes to shiny palettes, but I completely agree. I do wish they would redesign some of the subtle shinies. Deb, what's my favourite Hisuian? Definitely Ursaluna. I'm a big fan of Ursaluna. I think that's a great... I'm always a fan of a Pokemon that was previously like just one evolution, so like a one-stage evolution, getting a third stage evolution that feels right. It's why I really liked Diamond and Pearl so much, because Diamond and Pearl has so many third stage evolutions that kind of round off a lot of Pokemon from previous generations that I really like. So the fact that Ursaluna did that for Teddiursa and Ursaring, I really liked. And I also just liked galloping around Hisui on the Ursaluna and digging for truffles. It was quite cool. So Ursaluna would definitely be my favourite Hisuian. Also, Rainy Day, you actually remember the purple. So good. So I don't remember it because I never found a shiny back in those days, and I never really knew what shinies were back in those days. I used to play the games, but I never found a shiny. So purple Charizard passed me by completely. But it's just something I'd seen online, and I wasn't sure if it was actually true or not. But if you remember it, then obviously it is accurate. So yeah, and from what I saw, it didn't look bad. You know, it's yeah, if they were going to change any shiny, I think I would have preferred them to change Garchomp or Gengar rather than Charizard. But Charizard is Charizard is like the second mascot, really. So I can understand them wanting to get that shiny perfect. But then that does raise the question of why they've left Pikachu's shiny relatively subtle. It's not as subtle as Gengar and Garchomp, but it is still fairly subtle. And Pikachu probably is the mascot. So yeah, I hope they redesign some of the shiny designs, but yeah. And Rainy Day, yeah, I agree. Yeah, Tandemaus, Shiny Hunters, and Massacres. I've certainly never come close to even attempting that, because I just know, I can barely see them. So to then be able to see them and notice a tiniest colour difference in their tiny little shirts, yeah, it's impossible. I'd never be able to do that. So Deb, so there's the yellow, purple, red and pink Oricorio, and then the actual shinies of those are a kind of yellowy white for the yellow, aquatic blue for the purple, pink, black for the pink, and then white pink, black for the red, and then kind of white pink for the pink. That's yeah. I think I've maybe seen the black Oricorio as a shiny of the red. I think I've seen that one, and that looked quite cool. And Crazy Master, hi, welcome to stream. Good to have you. I hope you're having a really good day. How's it going with you? Things are going okay here. I'm 9 encounters in, just looking for the shiny. It's a lovely morning. It's a bank holiday, so I've got the entire day off. This is nice. This is a nice feeling, you know, it being a Monday morning and me being able to just shiny hunt rather than having to work. So I'm in a particularly good mood. It's very nice. What should I go for? Piplup? Yeah, Piplup. And Crazy, it's a lot cooler where you are. That's good. That's good, because you don't want, you don't want it too warm. So yeah, at least it's not as warm as it was yesterday. Good. And Rainy Day, yeah, you never had it, but you do remember seeing it online. Yeah, ages ago. Yeah, no, I mean, that's all I mean. It's not even the fact that I never found a shiny back in those days, or never found, certainly never a shiny Charizard. What I mean is, when I was playing those games, it's not even that I never found any shinies. I never knew shinies existed. I didn't know that was a thing until much later. Even though I had one, because I would have had the red Gyarados, but it never occurred to me that that was a shiny. That other Pokemon might have that same colour difference. I just assumed the red Gyarados was just a unique Pokemon. Kind of like, if anyone ever watched the first or second series of the anime, I think Ash met a Crystal Onyx. So I just assumed it was kind of like the Crystal Onyx, like some legendary, weird, one-off exception, not like anything else. The red Gyarados that I met in Silver. Deb, how about a shiny Mew or a Decidueye shiny? I can't remember Decidueye's shiny, unfortunately. But shiny Mew is a really nice one, because shiny Mew is kind of like that baby blue colour. I don't have a shiny Mew, because I think the only way to get a shiny Mew was by paying for something in Pokemon Go. You could give Pokemon Go some money, and then they would unlock shiny Mew for you, which I wasn't interested in at all. You know, I want to be able to catch it in a game or something like that. So eventually there'll be an event, I'm sure, where a shiny Mew will become available. But yeah, I'm still waiting for that. And Rainy Day, you've released the Mimikyus. That would have taken a while, I would imagine. And now it is time to torture yourself with the Skrell. Good luck with that hunt. Hope it goes well. And keep me informed. Let me know how that goes. Ooh, okay, that's an interesting choice of 3 Pokemon. A shiny, and I'm not very good with pronouncing some Pokemon names that I've never had to speak out loud before. I've never had to say. Is it Yveltal? Yveltal. I've seen it written down. And I know what it looks like, but I've never had to say that word out loud. So shiny Yveltal, or Zygarde, or Ponyta. I do like shiny Zygarde. it's that white and like toothpaste green, which if it was just toothpaste green that might be a bit too much, but because it's just white with like little accents of it, it is quite cool. So I do like shiny Zygarde, but I also think shiny Ponyta is really nice. It's the perfect way to do that shiny. If you imagine what is the perfect way to make Ponyta shiny, replacing the red flames with blue flames, that is it. So it's a close run thing. I mean, I probably would still say shiny Zygarde, but that's probably more to do with how rare it is and just the fact that I've never had one, whereas I've had a few shiny Ponytas in my time, so maybe I've become a little blasé to it. But I will say aesthetically, shiny Ponyta is amazing, absolutely amazing. So Rainy Day, you knew about shinies when you played Soul Silver, and you thought it was special for getting it. Yeah, exactly. And oh, that's helpful, Rainy Day. Thank you. So it's pronounced Eviltal. Okay, I wouldn't have got that. Yeah, Eviltal. Okay. Thank you. I'll try and remember that. I will try and remember that. Capamon, you've got your HDMI video capture today. Oh, okay, that's exciting. And you're going to start experimenting with OBS. Yeah, that's what I did a few months ago. Yeah, I hope that goes well. Let me know. And bear with me, I just want to make sure if you ever put anything on your YouTube channel, I will keep an eye out for that. Let me just make sure I'm subscribed to you. Bear with me 1 second. Hold on. Oh, and Chimchar is not shiny for me. Right. I mean, I'm already subscribed anyway, so that's fine. So yeah, I'll keep an eye out. Let me know how that goes. If you've got any questions, let me know. I'm not an expert at all by any stretch of the imagination, but I've figured out a couple of things at least. And I will say a lot of it is just trial and error, just giving it a go. If there's something you're not sure of, watching a YouTube tutorial I found to be quite useful. But yeah, OBS, I think it isn't too bad. You know, once you've got that capture card, you know, the HDMI capture card, and you've got a PC, it's generally not too bad. When it chooses to work, like I say, that there's been a few instances where it hasn't worked the way I want it to, but considering I've been doing this for a few months, like, there's not been many days when it's, you know, decided to not cooperate. So in general, it's pretty good. Okay, so Eviltal, there's a bit of a weird twist on the Y. Yeah, I mean, I'll pronounce it as best I can. But I may just end up forgetting. So Decidueye Shiny is a kind of darker teal and black. Yeah, that would be quite nice actually. And Crazy Master, so you think it's pronounced Yavatal? Yavaltal. Yavaltal. I don't think I'm ever going to get it right. It's a type. So this is the thing. I've seen that written down many times, but I've never had to say it out loud. So, and I've never heard it say out loud either. So I'm gonna go with Yvatal. I'm gonna go with that, and I know it's not right, but I'm just gonna go with it. Because, well, I don't know. I'm gonna keep going with it until I actually hear it being said another way, and then I may change it. Ah, no. Right, Deb, you got a shiny Solgaleo, but you forgot to save. So presumably that means you'll have lost it. I hope you didn't, Because yeah, shiny Solgaleo it's quite a striking shiny, isn't it? It is bright red. I like Lunala's shiny an awful lot, and Solgaleo is good as well. I'm a real sucker for Lunala's shiny because that's kind of red as well, but it's a little more subtle, but not subtle. You know, it's more limited in where it chooses to have the red. You know, on its design, it's really nice. Yeah, exactly. It does seem like a silly name. It's one of those names that they've purposefully designed it just to fit in with the games that it was, you know, assigned to. You know, if those games were not called Pokemon X and Y, there is zero chance they would ever have called a Pokemon those combination of letters. So it's entirely arbitrary. I mean, all names are arbitrary, but that name, and I don't particularly mind Xerneas because I feel like I pronounced that right. But I mean, I could be pronouncing that wrong. Who knows? But that name in particular just feels particularly plucked out of thin air for the sake of it. So it might be Eviltal, official Eviltal. Yeah, Eviltal. Eviltal. We'll see. Who knows? I'm gonna end up pronouncing it I'm gonna end up pronouncing it a different way each time I say it. I get the feeling, but. So if I keep pronouncing it in different ways, I'm bound to say it right at least once. So, and Wolf, how are you doing? It's good to see you. Everything's good here. We're just searching, and we're having a debate on how to pronounce Eviltal or Yivital or what's the other way? Oh, but it's certainly not a shiny Chimchar. Or Yavatal as well could be. So, and yeah, Captain, exactly. It's just because it's a box legendary from Pokemon Y that they made it start with Y, and they made it a very strange name, in my opinion. But yeah, I don't mind Xerneas's name quite as much because, like I say, I feel like that's easier to pronounce. But Yivital is that's a tricky one for me. I have to think about it every time I see that name. I'm like, okay, let's prepare for this. Let's figure it out and let's just give it a go and see if it's close to how it's supposed to be. And Wolf, yeah, still at it. So I'm 14 encounters into this stream, so I've not been streaming too long this morning. And I'm hoping to do another relatively long stream today. So I'm hoping to get up to 1,900, which means I'll be streaming... be streaming for another 9 hours, I think. So I'm going to be going for a while, but not all in one go, obviously. I'll need to take my 2 pugs for various patrols around the neighborhood and get them fed accordingly. So there will be breaks. But yeah, I'm just at the moment I am just basking in the lovely bank holiday Monday. Just having a day off work on a midweek is a really nice feeling, and being able to just chill out and just do this, it's a nice feeling. So yeah, I'm in a good mood. I'll go with Piplup this time. And Rainy Day. So you wish they'd done more with the premise of life and death in X and Y. Interesting. So the thing, I've never played those games, so as soon as they get a re-release, presumably on the Switch 2, that could happen, I will definitely be playing them, and I can't wait to play them. But I've never played Black and White, or X and Y, or Sun and Moon, so yeah, I'm looking forward to replaying those games. I'm fully expecting Black and White to get a re-release on Switch 2, so I'm really looking forward to that. And I know there's Black 2 and White 2, so I'm hoping they do a better job of combining the game and the definitive editions into one game than they did with BDSP, because I feel like they kind of just ignored Platinum in BDSP. Not that I've played Platinum, this is just what I've heard. So when they released BDSP, my understanding was they stuck really close to just Diamond and Pearl and kind of ignored the existence of Platinum. So I'm hoping when they do the next releases that they do incorporate the definitive editions as well. And Howlucha's a nice shiny. Yeah, it's that kind of purple, isn't it? So Howlucha's good as well. And Jose Garcia, welcome to stream. It's lovely to have you. I hope you're having a really good time. How many times have I played this game? So I played the originals many years ago. I played Diamond and I played Pearl back in the day. I never had Platinum, just those two. And then around that time, that was pretty close to where I stopped playing Pokemon for a while. So I played Soul Silver, but then after that, stopped playing, didn't play Black and White, didn't play X and Y, didn't play Sun and Moon. Picked up Pokemon again in the Switch era, which meant that I have played Shining Pearl before, but I only played it the once when it came out, and then just kind of forgot about it, and then moved on to other Pokemon games like Arceus or Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet. So I've only ever played this game once through. So I'm looking forward to finally getting to play it again, because it's been a long time. And I had a similar experience with Let's Go, so I played that when it came out. And then afterwards, I kind of put it away and then moved on to Breath of the Wild or Sword and Shield. And I recently revisited Let's Go, having just played it the once many years ago, and I had an absolute blast. So I'd forgotten how good Let's Go was until I recently played it. So I'm anticipating I may end up feeling the exact same about these games. So I kind of, I enjoyed them when I first played them, but I wasn't blown away by them. I've got a feeling, now that a few years have passed and I'm playing them again, I'm thinking I may reassess my take on them. We shall see. I'm looking forward to it. There's loads of things that I didn't do in these games when I played it originally. Like I never got the Poke Radar. I'm sure there's loads of other things I missed. So I'm looking forward to playing this game again. And Deb, there are fan-made games that kind of touch on that kind of expand on the life and death aspect of X and Y. That's interesting. I like it when the Pokemon community kind of picks up the slack from Pokemon, because there's lots of ways of there's lots of different ways of telling a story in Pokemon, and I think Legends Arceus is an example of that. There's loads of different ways you can tell a good story in the world of Pokemon, and yeah, I think it's good that there's an active community out there sort of exploring that. And Rainy Day, your favourite fan game is Desolation, and it's even being updated and worked on right now. That's interesting. What's the concept behind that, and what is it based on? Is it based on a particular generation or region? Because I know I've seen some that are based on, say, Kanto with Fire Red, and some are based on, say, the 3rd generation with Pokemon Emerald. What did I go for last time? I'll go with Turtwig this time. And Crazy Master, there's a fan-made game called Luminescent Platinum. That's a remake of Pokemon Platinum. That sounds interesting. I've heard really good things about Pokemon Platinum. Yeah, I am a little bit sad that I've kind of completely missed out on it, because it sounds like none of the features or none of the elements from Pokemon Platinum made it over to Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, which is a bit of a shame because I've completely missed out on that. But it's good that... Oh, what is that? Please press the power button and restart. I've not seen that error before. That doesn't look good. Please press the power button and restart the console. Okay. Hold the power button for 12 seconds. That's not a good sign, is it? My Switch has never done that before. Okay, right, we'll see how that goes. Right, so Desolation is a story about Darkrai, and it's very plot heavy. Yeah, no, I understand that, but it does get quite dark. Interesting. And Capamon, yours was a Pokemon Unbound based on Hooper. Nice, very good. And yeah, Wolf and Rainy Day. Yeah, it didn't look good, did it? I've never seen that error before. It did not look good at all. I've had the game crash before. I've never seen that error. And you're right, that does look like a bad error. We shall see how it goes. We shall see how it goes. I'm not too worried about it because, I mean, in a couple of weeks, hopefully I should be able to get a Switch 2 anyway, so... But it's still not nice to get an error like that. Okay, there you go, that's how it should be. And the camera is not pointing at me. Let me just adjust the camera. There we go. And Deb, you've completed Desolation, Unbound, and Luminescent Platinum. Nice. Nice. Well, that's impressive. I mean, yeah, it looked like the Switch equivalent of BSOD. Oh, yeah, I know what that stands for. I was just like, I don't know what that stands for. But then I was like, thinking about what happened to my PC and then how I would describe that, an error happening on my PC, and yeah, I would describe it as a blue screen of death. So I'm assuming that's what that stands for. I've never seen it abbreviated like that, but I think I know what you mean. I used to hate getting those when I used to play on my PC. Those were very worrying. Yeah, when I used to get those type of system errors on a PC, it always used to, in the back of my mind, I was like, am I gonna have to wipe the whole system and start again? Am I gonna have to buy a new PC? Yeah, those are horrible error messages. I will say, at least that error message didn't read like gibberish, whereas the blue screen of death was just an intimidating wall of text that that made no sense to me whatsoever, and used to scare me. And Rainy Day, yeah, the blue screen, yeah, exactly, yeah, that's the one. That's what you never want to see. And Crazy Master, I want a Johto remake as well. Could I ask what would you like from a Johto remake? Because I think I'd be happy with anything, but because I think in my head I was expecting them to do a sequel to Let's Go and do Let's Go but in Johto, because the first Let's Go was in Kanto, so in my mind the logical next step would be a sequel to Let's Go but set in Johto. Or would you prefer just a remaster of Soul Silver, Heart Gold? Because I think I would like both, if I'm honest. I think I would be very, very happy with both of them. I agree. I'm a big fan of Johto. It's probably my favourite. It's probably my favourite games, just because it felt like such a step up from. It felt like it. I mean, all the games feel like a bit of a step up, but it felt like the definitive edition of the first game, because you got this entire new region, and then when you were finished, you could still explore the previous region. So it felt like, and you could still interact with the previous region. You could still trade. It felt really definitive, and it introduced all these amazing mechanics, like night and day. I remember staying up late to catch bug Pokemon in the bug hunting contest. Berries and held items and eggs, and there was just so many things that it introduced. It felt amazing. Having experienced the first generation, going to the second generation felt like such a big leap. None of the others felt quite like that. It either felt really separate from the other games, because obviously that was the only generation that ever acknowledged, that allowed you to revisit a previous area. And all the generations after that, well, at least the ones that I played, they made it really difficult to actually trade with the previous generations. So it just made it feel more isolated, I guess. Which, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but I don't know. Having gone through that connected nature of the first two generations, the subsequent ones just felt a little bit emptier to me. And Crazy Master, so you'd like a Let's Go style? I would like that as well. Definitely. I would really enjoy that. A Let's Go style, but set in Johto, so like Let's Go, Togepi, and Marill, something like that. I think I've seen that as an idea, and I'd be totally on board with that. And Rainy Day, you've got to jump off for a bit. That's fine. Yeah, I know. You got a property inspection tomorrow. Good luck with that. And I agree, the Mimikyu is probably a good omen. Yeah. So, thank you very much for stopping by. Hope the inspection goes well, and good luck in your search for a shiny Skrelp as well. And Deb, the game that you played really intensively and properly was Pokemon Pathways, because every decision you made led to a different story. That does sound interesting. That sounds like a very involved fan-made game. So that sounds impressive. That the Pokemon community would come up with a game like that where, depending on the decisions you make, the story changes. You know, a mainline game isn't able to do something like that, so that does sound impressive. And Capamon, you've pre-ordered the Switch too, and you can't wait. Congratulations. I know it is kind of tricky to pre-order it. I had real trouble, so congratulations on getting one. And yeah, I can't wait either. I'm a little bit worried, honestly. I'm scared that my credit card transaction might get declined. I've made a couple of orders. So I ordered just the Switch 2 on its own. And then I also made a separate order for a couple of the Tears of the Kingdom amiibos and the GameCube controller. And I had a notification pop up on my phone saying that a transaction had been declined from Nintendo, and because of suspicious activity, and do I want to authorize it? So I immediately said, yeah, I want to authorize it. And I had a look at what it was, and it was a transaction for the GameCube controller and the amiibos. And I don't know why they thought, I don't know why my bank thought that was suspicious, but that got cancelled. But I haven't had any attempt for the Switch 2 yet, and I'm praying that it just goes through fine. I don't know why my bank would think that's suspicious. There's nothing suspicious about Nintendo. So we'll see. Fingers crossed. I got it from the official Nintendo shop as well. Yeah, so I'm hoping it goes well. I hope it goes well for you as well, Capamon. And yeah, it's not long now. It's only a few weeks. I've ordered Mario Kart, so I'll be able to just play Mario Kart with it. So I am a little bit disappointed with the release games, because I do like Mario Kart, but it's not my absolute favourite. My absolute favourites would be Zelda or Animal Crossing, or those would be the main ones. I'm not expecting a Pokemon game anytime soon, other than what has been announced, which is Legend ZA. I'm really excited about that, but that is still a way away. So Deb, there are no games. You go to school, you grow, you have limited interactions. There's an energy system too. As you go to higher classes, you unfold more of the story, and you have mentors too. Interesting. Yeah, it's interesting for me to get my head around a game like that. I might have to check out some videos of it. Oh, there's no right. Okay, there's no gyms, but you go to school. You go that. Okay, that makes that makes more sense. Right, we'll go a bit plop, maybe. And Capamon said that the card doesn't matter anymore. Do you mean the game cartridge? I mean, I certainly am not a fan of the virtual game cards change that has happened. I prefer I prefer physical cartridges. So I didn't think I would have to interact with virtual game cards that much. But yesterday on stream, yeah, I had some real problems using virtual game cards because I've only just realised that my Pokemon Home application that I have on my Switches, because I've got more than one Switch. I've got the Switch I'm playing on now, and I've got so the Switch I'm playing on now is my Scarlet and Violet OLED one. That's my main one, and I love that one. But I've got my original one that I bought when the Switch first came out, and I've got Pokemon Home installed on both of those Switches, and I've got different save profiles on Pokemon on different Switches as well, because I like to just start a new game and play it through and things like that. But I've gotten used to just using Pokemon Home, transferring a few Pokemon maybe onto a playthrough, either to complete the dex or do a Masuda method hunt or something like that, I'm not sure. But I am used to just opening up Pokemon Home and just transferring Pokemon over, no matter which Switch I'm playing. However, yesterday, when I tried to open up Pokemon Home on my second Switch, my old one, it would not let me. It said that Pokemon Home is now its own virtual game card. The fact that I had Pokemon Home previously, it's currently on the Switch that I'm playing now on BDSP. It needs to stay there, and it can't be transferred unless both consoles are online, and it just seems like such a faff. I don't understand why Pokemon Home needs to be a game card. It's not a game, it's an application. Yeah, so I'm still a bit bitter about that. Capcom, you want a new Smash Brothers? Yeah, Smash Brothers is a good game. I've been meaning to pick up Smash for the Switch. I've never actually got round to it, but it's one of those games that I do want to pick up one of these days and play, because I used to play the original Smash Brothers on the N64. I used to play that to death. I enjoyed Smash Brothers Melee as well, but I haven't played many of the recent Smash Brothers, just because I've always had other games to play. It's the type of game, I know I enjoy it because I used to play the originals and it's amazing, and they're even better than the originals now, just because of how crazy the roster is. So I do want to play that. I think I've been searching eBay every now and again to see if I can pick up a copy of Smash for Switch. But yeah, I'm sure they will release a new game on Switch too, and that'll be even better, I would imagine. And so there might be less videos on Pokemon Pathways because it's one of these underrated games. Yeah, that's the shame when it's not that popular. It's a bit more difficult to actually find videos playing it. Right, so Capcom, they've made the excuse of one of the games companies wanting to make bigger games, but because they're bigger, it won't fit on a cartridge. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that either. Yeah, I'm probably wrong. Yeah, my understanding of how games will work on the Switch 2 is that a lot of the first party Nintendo games, because they're being published by Nintendo, the game should be on the game cartridge, which is what I like. But for a lot of the third-party games that are not published by Nintendo, those third-party publishers have to, in order to actually, create and publish the games, they have to get the game cartridges from Nintendo. The game cartridges that Nintendo supply, they come in a variety of sizes, so the amount of data you can put on the games themselves varies. So the bigger the game, the bigger the game cartridge storage is needed, and the more that third-party companies have to pay Nintendo to put the game on those cartridges. So what a lot of third-party companies are choosing to do, rather than pay the higher cost to Nintendo for the increased game card size, they're opting to put a tiny amount of data on the smallest game card available and call it a game key card, and then make people download the entire game onto their system. So the game, it's a physical game that you buy, but it actually contains no information whatsoever, just a key to download more information, which I'm not a fan of, because I just worry about what happens when those online shops just close in 10, 12 years time, and then you're just left with a game card that does nothing. I'm not a fan of that. I think a game should be on a game cartridge, but I'm an old man. And Deb, you've tried 6 different paths on Pokemon Pathways, and everyone has a unique story, so it's kind of difficult to compare. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, it does sound interesting, certainly. And Kaplan, I completely agree. Yeah, you should get what you pay for and not a key. Yeah, I completely agree. Because I guess it's not even just the fact that they could shut down the servers and then you wouldn't even have the game that you previously paid for. It's also taking up a lot more storage than perhaps you'd planned for, you know. That's a little bit of a worry as well. But yeah, I'm much more of a physical game collector. I could have got the Mario Kart bundle, and when you do that, yeah, the Mario Kart bundle with the Switch, it ends up making Mario Kart really, well, not really, but relatively cheap, rather than paying quite a lot more for the physical cartridge. But I would just rather pay more and just have a physical cartridge, just something that when I'm finished with it, I can just pass it down to my nephew or something. That's how I've always thought of games. But I guess it just depends. It just depends. And Debs, in this game, you also have stats like intelligence and power and skills that you earn. It's like a typical. It sounds very strange for a Pokemon game. It does sound very different to a normal Pokemon game, which is interesting. And Crazy Master, you can't wait for Mega Dragonite in Legends ZA. Is that a definite thing? That sounds cool. There's going to be a lot of different Megas, isn't there? And Megas are something that's relatively new for me. So my only experience of Mega Evolutions is is, you know, those ending fights in Let's Go. So I haven't seen many mega evolutions of Pokemon. I'm aware that some Pokemon have them, but it's still a relatively new concept to me. So I'm looking forward to seeing all the different mega evolutions and how they work. So have they confirmed what a lot of the new mega evolutions will be? Or is it or are these rumors and things like that? Because I'd rather be surprised by which Pokemon get mega evolutions. But then saying that, I don't even know which Pokemon already have mega evolutions, so even the ones that everyone's known for years may end up being you know, surprising to me, just because I'm not that used to mega evolutions. So there might be leaks. Okay, so it might be better to avoid talking about leaks, just in case people want to be surprised by it and, you know, consider it spoilers and things like that. If it's might want to be careful of that, because some people might not want to be spoiled. I see. Yeah, gotcha. See, I'm not too fussed, because I just think there's going to be a lot that's going to surprise me anyway, because I don't know too much. I don't know too much about mega evolutions in general. Like I think I saw a Mega Ampharos in the trailer, and I'd never seen that before. And I know, so I don't know if that was already a thing, but there's loads of stuff that I've just never seen before, because I haven't played, I haven't played Black and White and X and Y. I don't know which one had the Mega Evolutions, but it's all going to be new to me, pretty much. So I'm definitely looking forward to Legends ZA. So Crazy Master, yeah, there are, but you don't want to say because it might surprise. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think that's the best. I think that's the safest way to go. Because, like I say, it's going to be a really highly anticipated game. This, I'm definitely looking forward to it. And Capamon, you're still searching for that Abra. I'm so sorry. You've been searching for that for so long. Yeah, I don't blame you just having a little break. I think that's the best. You don't want to get burned out on something, so I think it is good just to take a little break. But I mean, yeah, you've been searching for that Abra for a long time. I really hope you get it, because you've definitely put in the time for it. Whenever you do get it, it will be worth it. And Rainy Day, welcome back. You've just cleaned the bathroom, but your cats get mess everywhere. Yeah. Yeah. It's a pain. Around this time of year, it's a real pain, you know, basically just chasing after my dogs. Because their fur, they shed a lot this time of year, and there's fur everywhere. So trying to keep up with the hoovering is tricky. And I think I'm in a similar position to you, Rainy Day, in that I don't have a house inspection coming up because, you know, it's our house, but I do have my in-laws coming to visit next week, you know, this coming weekend. So I do want the house to be clean, otherwise I'm going to get in trouble. So I need to make sure that the house is clean. So whenever I've got a spare few minutes, I have been, you know, running around doing a little bit of hoovering, a little bit of tidying, just keeping the house in order. And your cat treats her litter box like a sandpit at daycare. Oh no. Oh no. That doesn't sound good. And Crazy Master, no problem at all. Thank you very much for stopping by. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And take care. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. And Rainy Day, so your cat eats in an unusual way and likes to lick the food off the plate rather than chewing, and just gets it everywhere. Yeah, pets are quirky, definitely. You do tend to notice the odd things that they do. Yeah, my dog's Daruk, the older one, he does a very, very specific little dance before he does his business on walks, and you can tell by the specific dance what he's about to do. It's very odd. Yeah, pets are just weird sometimes, I think. We'll go a Chimchar this time. And Ranger, your cat gets the zoomies after she does her business. Yeah. Yeah, my dogs get the zoomies. Well, they definitely get the zoomies if they've ever gotten wet. So if they come in from a walk and it's been raining, as soon as they get in the house, they will zoom around like crazy. Definitely after a bath, they become completely zoomified and just run around. But then sometimes it just happens randomly, you know, if you're just messing around with them, and they get really excited if they get a toy that they think you're going to try and take away from them. That's a zoomy trigger. They'll run away, but then they'll want to be chased. Yeah, it's adorable when they get the zoomies. It really is. Ah, that's interesting. So late night and approaching rain are zoomy triggers. That's interesting. That is interesting. Yeah, with mine it's the actual when they get wet. Suddenly they like it's like gremlins, I guess, almost. You know, you can't get gremlins wet unless they just turn into absolute chaos. My pugs are like little gremlins. If they get wet, then a switch goes off and then they just run around. It's crazy, but it is funny. But your cat will rip up the couch and her post. That's not good. Daruk used to do that when he was teething. He would climb under our couch and just start tearing up the inside of the couch. You could hear him chewing on the inside of the couch, and it was really difficult to get him to stop because it was difficult to get under the couch to, you know, get him and tell him to stop. But he's grown out of that now. Oh, that's yeah, I think ours are the same. You know, storms can get a little scary for pets. Yeah, I know if it ever starts thundering, both of my dogs will freak out. So they must be scared of that, understandably so. It's never good when pets get scared by the weather or anything. Although it's mainly fireworks that they don't like. They really don't like fireworks. So it's never good when there's fireworks outside. My dogs really struggle with that. And your cat will never stop clawing, and she's 13. Yeah. I think it's instinctual, isn't it? You can't be mad. That's just how cats are. And hi Quizzo, and hi Pancake as well. Both of you, welcome to the stream. It's good to see you both. How many encounters am I doing? I'm planning on doing up to encounter 1900. So I'm planning on doing another 100 and my maths 169. Yeah. So that's going to take me another 8 hours or so, I think, roughly. So we'll see. I'm sorry to hear that, Rainy Day. So yeah, in the last place you lived, your neighbours loved fireworks and they would buy them in bulk and blow them up all the way through the month of Guy Fawkes. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, that entire period, you know, around the start of November. Yeah. It's really bad for the dogs. Yeah, we struggle as well, and our windows don't block out a lot of the noise, so you can just hear it no matter what. It's really difficult for the dogs when those fireworks are going off. There's not much you can do. So I'm hoping, because that was the last place you lived in, I'm hoping that the place you're in now isn't quite as bad. But ours is pretty bad. We're quite close to a park, and I think they often do a fireworks display there around Guy Fawkes night. So yeah, bonfire night is a bit of a tricky one for us, because yeah, a lot of fireworks. But even then, at least you can kind of prepare for bonfire night. You know when it's coming. Yes, people might be doing it earlier than normal, but at least you're kind of on edge. You're expecting fireworks. What I find it more difficult to deal with is when it's like just random fireworks for no reason. You know, someone celebrating some country winning a sports match, so they've let off fireworks. That I find a little more tough to deal with, because that just seemingly comes out of nowhere and suddenly someone's letting off fireworks. I'm not a fan of that. And Quizzo, you've committed the Guy Fawkes poem to memory. Very good. I'm trying to... I think I know the first two, but I'm sure there's probably more to it. So I know the remember the 5th of November, gunpowder treason and plot. I see no reason that gunpowder treason should ever be forgot. I'm sure there's more to it than that. That's the only bit that I know. I'm sorry to hear. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear your cat wasn't very well at the time as well, because that would be even more stressful for your cat to be not well and having fireworks going off. Yeah. And hello Pancake. I hope everyone's doing well. I'm doing particularly well. It's a bank holiday. I always love bank holidays. It's going to be the last bank holiday we get for a while. But it is quite nice to have them. So I'm hoping I can find a shiny starter. There's a chance. I'll be getting through quite a few encounters today, so yeah, I'm really hoping to get one today. But it's not Chimchar this time. And Tempest, Iono is your favourite Scarlet and Violet gym leader. That's cool. That's cool. There was a lot of really good gym leaders in Scarlet and Violet. I enjoyed them. I think Larry is an obvious one that I really liked. But I also liked is it Rhyme? The one that did the double battles. I also liked that. That whole battle's really good. I liked how every other turn your team is either getting a buff or a debuff. I like it when they kind of mess around with the mechanics a little bit of the battle. And I love the little Greavard just jamming on the speakers. I think that might be my favourite gym leader battle. But Iono is really cool as well. Yeah, I liked a lot of the gym leaders in Scarlet and Violet, so I think Iono is a really good shout. And Rainy Day, you wouldn't like to get a Chimchar on a BDSP shiny hunt because of the Infernape shiny. Yeah, I can see that. I would be happy with any. I really would. I don't mind the shiny. I don't mind it, but I would definitely be. I would be happy with any. I really would. That's kind of why I'm switching it up each time. I have a very, very, very small preference for Piplup, but not much. I think I went for Chimchar last time. We'll go for Piplup this time. And Carrot, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. And Pancake, who's my favourite Titan? Team Star Boss and Gym Leader. Interesting. My favourite Titan is an interesting one. I'm thinking it's the False Dragon one. I'm thinking. Just going through all of the others. I mean, it's definitely that, or it's the Paradox, Iron Treads, or Great Tusk. But I think it is the False Dragon, Tatsugiri Dondozo. I think I enjoyed that the most. It took me a while to actually find that little Tatsugiri the first time I played it. I didn't know what I was meant to do. I kept just running around talking to Tatsugiri, and it took me a while to actually find the one you meant to talk to. And then I remember being very, very shocked by what happens when it gets eaten and taken away, and then it's a good battle. And I do like Tatsugiri in general. So yeah, I would say that's my favourite Titan. Gym Leader, like I say, I think it is Rhyme. I think that's my favourite battle. There's a lot of cool things that happen in that double battle. So Rhyme would be my favourite, and my favourite Team Star Boss. I'm not sure. I think the Team Star quest in general didn't grab me as much as the other parts of the storyline. I still liked it, but it didn't grab me quite as much. And maybe my favourite out of them is Giacomo, but I mean, there's not much in it. I think I like all of the Team Star members. I don't dislike any of them. Although I will say the one that I have the most trouble with is Eri. I always struggle in that battle, and it is good that it's a challenge. So it might be Eri, just because it is such a really big challenge for me, and I always end up losing at least once. So I do like how difficult that battle is. So maybe Eri, I think. Quizzo, so it ends with Forgotten, not Forgot. I thought it ended with Forgot, because that kind of rhymes with plot, gunpowder treason and plot. But it's been ages. I haven't recited that since I was a child. So you're probably right with it being Forgotten. How is the hunt going, Carrot? It's going fine. It's going fine. I mean, I've not seen anything in these 34 encounters so far this morning. But I've got plenty more attempts today. I could still find it. And if I could find it, it would be amazing. So, we'll see. We will see. And it's not Turtwig this time. So yeah, we'll see. Mainly, you know, the hunt is going. The hunt is going as it's going. It's, you know, we're dealing with very, very, very high odds. I'm still under odds, so realistically, I shouldn't be expecting to get it. Really, I'm hoping I get it, but I shouldn't really be expecting it. The odds are 1 in 4,096. So on average, that's the number that most people, if you average out how many encounters it took people to get, the average number would be around, you know, 4,096. So I've got a way to go to be around the average yet. So I'm not expecting it, but I've got lots of opportunities to find it today. And it's a bank holiday, so, you know, it's a Monday. I'm usually at work at this time. I'm usually at work, and I'm not at work. I'm playing Pokemon and chatting to you all. So yeah, the hunt is going fine, but I'm in a good mood. And BV, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for stopping by, and thank you for the good wishes. I hope I have a successful hunt, but you know, it's already a success. It's already a success. I'm not at work. I'm playing Pokemon. I'm chilling out with my dogs, so it's already a success for me. Rainy day. Looking from the outside, Team Star plot seems a bit convoluted. Needed to refine it. Possibly. Yeah. There's a lot of things they did right with the plot in Scarlet and Violet. Maybe they could have done the Team Star thing a bit differently. I think it is still a good plot. I think it's a nice story to tell. Whether it was told in the best way, I'm not sure, but it's definitely a nice story. I do like it. Pancakes, so yours are Bombardier. That's a good one. Oh, Brassius is an interesting one. Yeah, I like how he does the little superhero jump down from the windmill at the start of the battle. It's very dramatic, especially for like an early gym leader. It feels very dramatic to me. And Mela as well. Very good. Carrot, you're trying to live stream on your network, on your channel Nuzlocke Guy, but you can't figure out how. Okay. So the way that I live stream is I live stream through OBS. So I know how to do it through OBS. I don't know how to do it through any other means. So I guess it depends on how you're live streaming. But I hope you figure it out. Watching YouTube tutorials is quite good for figuring out, you know, how to live stream and things like that. I am very much a newbie at this, so I am very limited in what I know. But if I can help, I will try and help. So the network should not be there. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Quizzo, your favourites are Clorf. That's quite good. Atticus and the water guy. Yeah, I'm struggling with the water guy's name. I know what you mean. The guy with the very impressive eyebrows. I can't remember his name. I'm terrible with names sometimes, but I know what you mean. It's the gym leader from Cascarafa. Yeah, I can't remember his name either, but I can picture him in my head. And yeah, it's a cool fight. Wolf, yours are Iono. Yeah, that's a good one. The False Dragon. Yep. And you're not sure on your team start. Exactly. I struggle picking a favourite with the team start. It's not that it's a bad storyline. It's just they feel like it. That's the thing. Maybe it's because they feel like a team, rather than a group of individuals. They feel like a team, a group of people. So picking one of my favourites out of that, it's a little more tricky for me. Kofu. Thank you, Wolf. Kofu is the water gym leader. Yeah, that's it. That's the one. That's the one. And Pancake got it as well. Pancake got it earlier up as well. Yeah, thank you. I was struggling with that. Rainy Day, the worm is a silly little guy. He does have a strange expression on his face, doesn't he? He does, with his little arms as well. Yeah, the earthworm is a bit odd. So Tempest, do you feel that Scarlet Violet's plot undercooked Arvin? Yeah, to some degree they kind of just make it out to be just a quirk. Yeah, I see what you mean. When you actually step back and you've finished the game, you realise that Arvin has been put through the ringer. He really has. Emotionally, at every turn, he's had a lot of bad luck, and he's had to relive a lot of that trauma through the journey that you've just gone through with him. So he's gone through all that trauma, and a lot of it is being relived in the actual journey that you've just gone on with him. And it is kind of underplayed a bit. I can kind of see why it is underplayed a bit, because it could get really deep if you really went into it. He almost lost his dog. He certainly lost his parents. It's a really difficult thing for him to go through, and I think it does a good job of hinting at the difficult things that he's gone through. I really like Arvin as a character, because you can see all the emotion that goes through him. That the kind of projects through when he's willing his Mabostiff to health again. I can see what you mean. It is. I think it does a good job, but yeah, you just end up thinking poor Arvin, because he goes through so much in that game. He really does. And Pancake, you like Brassius because of the sun, the sunflowers walking around. Yeah. It can get the game gets a little laggy around there, doesn't it? I'm hoping the Switch 2 helps with that. But I do like that little gym quest. It is quite good. And Quizzo, Atticus has got that flowery speech pattern, which is quite nice. I like the extra effort that he goes through when he's speaking. It's quite cool. And exactly. The way that Atticus talks it's quite medieval, and I like that. I like it when people take extra effort to communicate. It's quite nice. And I think that's fair. Tempest King. Yeah, I think I like Nimona as well. I really like how how positive she is, how she's already the champion when you meet her, and she's willing to build a team right from the scratch in order to play along with you. I think that's a nice touch. It's quite cool. So I think Nimona's quite good, but I would agree that Arvin probably has the most storytelling potential, just because of how key he is to the plot. They definitely could have gone further. But then I think you could argue that just by hinting at it, then I think it keeps the game. I guess it keeps the game a little bit lighter, which makes it a little bit easier to digest for a younger audience. But then you could make the argument that it's not, it's not good to sugarcoat things sometimes, and sometimes you should just tell the best story you can, and that will, if it goes over the heads of a younger audience, then maybe when it gets revisited later on, then those same story beats might hit harder. So I think I do see your point. I probably do agree with you as well. I think, I don't think you should talk down to an audience. I think you should tell the best story you can. I think I would agree with that. And Rainy Day, you think that sometimes Nemona gets viewed online as almost a stalker? I've never seen that. I don't know too much about how the characters are received online. I don't know too much about that. I mean, all I know is that I think she's a good character. Like I say, I think it's quite a fun idea to have a rival that's already done everything. Because it always kind of grated me a little bit having a rival who, no matter what I did, no matter where I was in the game, and no matter what I achieved, the rival would always be just like one step ahead of me, and it was always a bit annoying. In a lot of the games, the rival is like the end boss, and it just feels like I've beat this guy at every stage. We've grown at the same rate, and I've beat my rival every single time, yet my rival became champion first. It almost, to me, it just kind of devalues the moment of becoming a champion a little bit. If your rival has already beaten you to it, yes, you can beat him, but he still got there first. It's a little bit that. Whereas it's a lot more understanding if your rival gets there first, if they're already the champion and they're just sharing your own journey of growth with you. That feels a lot more realistic to me and easier to accept. I definitely liked Nemona, the way that they wrote that character. Pancake, so you did, the first Titan you did was Bombardier. That makes sense. I think that's the first one I tend to do as well. I do tend to do Cloth second. I like doing Bombardier first. But your second one was Iron Treads. I wouldn't advise doing Iron Treads as the second one. Iron Treads is difficult. I always leave that till much later. So that must have been difficult for you, I would imagine. It would have been difficult for me, certainly. So well done if you managed to beat Iron Treads as like your second Titan that you encountered. That would have been tricky. Yeah, exactly, Wolf. Yeah, when you meet Arven, he's a little aggressive, but it's more that he's really worried about his dog. His dog who's been really ill, who hasn't been able to make a noise or even open his eyes for a long time. And he's doing all these, he's going across Paldea, finding all these things in a desperate attempt to, make his dog better. It's really, really heartbreaking. And it's really, really nice when you are finally able to, get the final Herbal Mystica to, fully heal his dog. I feel it's a little undercut when the next time you meet Arven, you've got to then beat up that same dog that you've spent an entire game healing. I always feel bad battling Arven with Mabestiff right at the end, because I'm like, Mabestiff has been on death's door for the whole game, and now you want me to attack it? No, I don't want to do it. So I struggle with that a little bit, but when you think about it, it is good that the Mabestiff is able to battle right at the end. So it's good. Tempest, so you're wondering whether shiny hunting any starter is easier or harder than shiny hunting a certain one. Yeah, I think it's about the same. I think anytime you open the briefcase, you can't see what is shiny. So when you select the Pokemon, there's a 1 in 4,096 chance of it being shiny. So I think it doesn't really matter which one you pick. So I'd be happy with anything really. Pancake, Truth or Dare? Yeah, I don't want to play Truth or Dare, really. I think I'd rather just play Pokemon. And exactly, Wolf. Yeah, he's on his journey. His Arven's journey, Arven's treasure that he's trying to find in this game is a way of helping his dog, and it's beautiful. It really is. Exactly. Yeah, I've been very, very, very lucky that I haven't had to go through anything like that with my dogs, but I could imagine if anything was wrong with my dogs, I'd be an absolute wreck. I wouldn't be able to think straight. Yeah, so it's very relatable. Oh, that's unusual. Daruk very rarely tries to get in the bed when Mifa's there. He doesn't usually do that. And he's giving up. I thought that. He doesn't like to move Mifa. Mifa will just sit on top of Daruk. Daruk does not like to just plonk himself on top of Mifa. I kind of thought that was going to happen. Yeah. He respects her space. She does not respect his space. But it's not a shiny Turtwig, I'm afraid. And Deb, can I spell my Pugs' names? I can. So they're named after the champions in Breath of the Wild. So Daruk is the Goron champion in Breath of the Wild, and Mifa is the Zora champion in Breath of the Wild. I've got a email address now. Let me just pop that in chat. I've just created it 10 minutes ago. There we go. I've just popped that in. But yeah, if you've Deb, if you've got any ideas for the layout, let me know, and I'll do my best. Yeah, I appreciate any opinions that you've got. That would be really appreciated. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. I felt a little bit sad, you know, after spending all that time healing Mabostiff, and then to suddenly meet Arven at the lighthouse, and then he wants to fight and he wants to send out Mabostiff. Yeah, I did feel bad battling it and winning. And yeah, I see what you mean, Wolf. Yeah, it is nice when the dogs do something unexpected. And your cousin's dog, Nana, has just gotten under your bed, and that's something that happens very rarely because it's more like something that your dog Peter would do. Yeah, it is nice when... Yeah, it's a little strange when when dogs start doing, when they pick up mannerisms from the other dog, like I say, you know, Daruk trying to get, or at least thinking about getting in the bed when Mifa was there, that is something that Mifa would do to him, but it's not something that he generally does. He would rather, yeah, he's happier on the floor, I think. Or maybe, I think maybe he would prefer to be in the bed, but he just doesn't want to disturb Mifa. Whereas Mifa just does not have that same sense of personal boundaries. And Deb, yeah, no rush at all for it. Yeah, honestly, take as long as you want. And again, just don't. Yeah, I really appreciate it, but also, yeah, don't put too much effort or things like that. And Pancake, you just made a rainbow. Very nice. Yeah, I don't think there's any rainbows where I am because it's quite a sunny day here. It was definitely raining on Saturday, but thankfully the weather has improved a fair bit recently. If I'd thought ahead, I think this weather would have been decent enough to have a barbecue, but I didn't plan ahead and get all of the barbecue supplies, sadly. Did I do Turtwig last time? I'm not sure. And Calamari, welcome back. Your intervention has successfully prevented your dogs from throwing a riot. That is good to hear. That is good to hear. Yeah, I find that. I find that my dogs are a lot calmer on a nice full stomach. So I'm presuming that feeding your dogs played a large part in that, or was it tiring them out through letting them run outside? Because that helps as well, I suppose. But now you're back to hunting Mesprit, so good luck with that. Really good luck with that. I really hope you get that shiny. There's something really special about finding a legendary shiny. Yeah, that's only ever happened to me once, and it's an amazing feeling. So, good luck. And Wolf, yeah, it is nice when rainbows appear. Yeah, it is nice. It is nice. It's usually when it's raining, obviously. Well, it's always when it's raining. But yeah, it kind of makes it a little bit nicer. You know, it's never nice just being out in the rain. But then, as the rain starts to break and the sunlight comes through, then yeah, that's a nice feeling. Ah, I would agree, Wolf. Yeah. Yeah, the Northern Lights are amazing. Yeah. I've seen it once before. When I went to Iceland. I remember trying to see it a few times and then it not happening. And then one time, driving back from, I think it was a mountain called, the translation is Church Mountain, and I think it's called Kirkjufell or something like that. We're driving back from that mountain back to Reykjavik in the middle of the night, then just looking up and then seeing the Northern Lights. It's really cool. It is really cool. I can remember trying to take photos of it, and the photos are just awful. With my own eyes I could see it, but then when I tried to take pictures of it, I couldn't see anything in the pictures. I may as well have just been taking a picture of pitch blackness. But yeah, it's nice. It's nice. You don't get them in the UK. I've heard that there are instances of it happening, but it's really, really, really rare in the UK. I think you generally do have to go a bit closer to the Arctic Circle to get them. But they are cool. And yeah, eclipses are cool. Yeah, I can remember. I remember seeing an eclipse. When would that have been? That feels a very long time ago. I think it was the very late 90s, maybe 99, 98, 90. Yeah, I remember being on holiday in France and there being an eclipse. That feels like the last time there was, an eclipse in Northern Europe. I might be wrong, but yeah, I feel like there hasn't been an eclipse in Northern Europe since the very late 90s. I remember seeing it, and that was special as well. So yeah, eclipses must be are way rarer than the Northern Lights. That's a really special thing, because sometimes that only happens once in a lifetime, I would imagine. So yeah, eclipses are cool, definitely. You've seen a blood moon eclipse? I don't even know what that is. That sounds interesting. That does sound interesting. Because there's different types of eclipses, isn't there? I don't know what a blood moon is, but yeah, I think there's like lunar eclipse and a solar eclipse. I'm not quite sure what a lunar eclipse is, but yeah, I think I've seen a solar eclipse where the moon completely covers the sun. But there are different types of eclipses, aren't there? I'm not quite sure how they all work, but I think they're all really rare. And they're all really worth checking out, because it is really eerie when it happens, like a solar eclipse, because you can feel the temperature drop. Obviously it gets dark, but I wasn't expecting to noticeably feel the temperature drop. It's interesting. It is interesting. Oh, okay. So a blood moon eclipse is an eclipse that has a red moon. Interesting. That does sound cool. And yeah, in rainy day, it's difficult to remember when it's that far back, but I wouldn't worry about not having photos, because as I say, I think in my experience it's really difficult to capture things like that in photograph. I think it's more impressive when you're actually in the moment and experiencing it. Trying to capture it on camera, in my experience, it never looks as good as you remember it, and also you kind of run the risk of just not being fully in the moment. So yeah, when it comes to experiencing natural events like that, I wouldn't worry about not catching it on camera, because yeah, in my experience, what comes out of the camera is nowhere near as impressive as how it feels to actually see it. And Wolf, speaking of the Blood Moon, isn't there a Blood Moon in one of the Breath of the Wild or both games? Yes, there is. Yeah. I can vividly remember when I played Breath of the Wild for the first time. The first time that happened, I had no idea what was happening. It's basically the sky gets redder and redder, and the music gets more intense, more intense, more intense. It builds up to an absolute crescendo, and then the screen freezes, and then this I can't remember exactly what happens in Breath of the Wild. I'm assuming similarly you get a little bit of dialogue, and then the screen returns to normal, but all of the enemies that are around you that you've previously killed come back to life. And it was just that build-up of not knowing exactly what's happening, why is the screen getting weird, why is there smoke around me, why is the music getting more and more and more tense, and then why is the screen frozen. It really scared me the first time it happened. Breath of the Wild is a wonderful game. I cannot say enough good things about it. If you've never played it before, it is such a liberating and free game. I suspect a lot of games are like that nowadays, but when I played it for the first time, having spent an entire lifetime being restricted on where I can go, when I can get to certain parts in a game, having spent a whole lifetime being brought up on games telling me where I can and can't go, playing Breath of the Wild for the first time and just being able to go anywhere, it was such a breath of fresh air, I will say. So yeah, it's a good game. And Deb, can I check if I've received it? I will. Bear with me 1 second. Again, thank you very much for this. Yes, I've got it. Ooh. I do like that. I do like that an awful lot. I'm not sure it will work having one camera for named one of the dogs and one camera named the other dog, just because the dogs move all over the place. There's no way I'd be able to keep one dog in one camera. But in any event, it's a really nice layout on both of them. I like the little crow gunk. It's really nice. So what I will do, I like both of those. I am certain I would very happily use either of those, really. I want to keep it consistent for my starter hunt. So I won't be changing anything until I find this starter. But I think, yeah, after I found my starter, I'll experiment with one of those two. I like them both. I really do. They're really nice. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's really nice of you. I really do appreciate that, Deb. So, Rainy Day, you've seen a few blood moons, but you can't remember the science behind them. No, yeah, I'm not very good with the science either. I don't blame you. Yeah, I don't think I've seen. Like I say, yeah, I've seen a solar eclipse, and I think I'm very fortunate to have seen that. And I've seen the Northern Lights once, and that feels enough for me. I feel very lucky to have seen those. And Rainy Day, that sound is terrifying if you don't know that mechanic. It really is, isn't it? Yeah. It's even scary even after I knew what was happening. There's just something about it, just that impending dread of the music just building up in intensity. Yeah, it's very... Is evocative the right word? It really captures a sense of looming threat, I would say. Even when you know what's happening, it's still scary. The Blood Moon in Breath of the Wild. I agree. Oh, that's nice, Wolf. So, when it was yours and your twin sister's birthday, your sister managed to get a picture from outside showing the blood moon. That's really nice. That is really nice. Having a picture of blood moon taken like on your birthday as well, that's kind of cool. That is kind of cool. And yeah, that's a good point, Deb. Yeah, I can just change the names, and that would work. Yeah, yeah, it's really nice. It is really nice. I'm not good at things like that. So yeah, seeing a design done like that, it's really impressive. I really think it's impressive. So I will download them and I will try them out. Well, I'll try them out once I've found the starter. That's the idea. I just want to keep the consistency for this part of the run. And one of them has a section for like live chat, which I don't think is a bad idea. The problem I would have is I'm not quite sure how to do that. But that is the type of thing that I think if I watched a YouTube tutorial, I probably could put live chat on the stream itself. Well, I'm certain I could figure that out. I just haven't figured out how to do that yet. But I think I just need to watch the right YouTube tutorial to figure that out. So that might be something to experiment with as well. And Wolf, is it eerie or petrifying? I think it's both. Yeah, when the blood moon happens in Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, I think it's both, honestly. It's both eerie and petrifying. I mean, I think I've played it enough times that now it's not so bad, but the first few times it happens, it really is scary. There's a lot of things in those games that the first time it happens, it really gets your heart going. Like, you know, the first time you get chased by a guardian in Breath of the Wild, it gets your heart going. Yeah, the first blood moon in Breath of the Wild, it gets your heart going. The first time you go to the depths in Tears of the Kingdom, that gets your heart going. The first time you get chased by gloom hands in Tears of the Kingdom, that'll get your heart going. There's some really good some really good scary bits, but it's not too scary. It's not too scary. And Rainy Day, you hope to see a blue moon one day. And yeah, it does feel like it's probably quite a rare event, given that saying. Yeah, once in a blue moon. Yeah, I don't know what a blue moon is either. So I don't know I don't know. There's lots of different names for moons. Considering we only have one. Because yeah, you get the blood moon, you get a harvest moon I've heard of, you get a blue moon I've heard of. There are more names for different cycles of the moon as well. I just can't remember them, but it is strange that there's so many. And Deb, so those designs are from someone called Powder and someone called Smogon U. Cool. Yeah, but they look impressive. They look impressive to me. I like them. And like I say, yeah, I've never had an actual layout for the stream before. It's always been something that I've just put together. And I've been meaning to improve it. So it's nice to have a few different ideas. I like that. Because I always change it from game to game. Because I'm always thinking of different ways to do it differently, basically. So it's good to have an outside perspective on it. I like it. And yeah, Wolf, yeah, I would agree. It is, yeah, it gets a little intense in those scenes. But they don't last too long, thankfully. So rainy day. So yeah, the blue moon. That makes sense. It would be when the moon turns blue. I've definitely never seen that then. Definitely never seen that. I always like looking up and just seeing a full moon. I mean, that's obviously not rare, but that's always nice. That's always nice to look at. A full moon on a clear night. You don't often get that here, so that is quite rare. In the UK, you've usually got some kind of cloud coverage, but it is nice when you do get a clear night and it's a full moon. That's quite nice to see. And Deb, you saw a blue moon last year. That's great. That's cool. That is cool. Yeah, it's good to witness things like that. Did I do Piplup last time? I have a terrible memory. We'll do Turtwig this time. So we're approaching midday in the UK. We're not too far away from the time of day when my pooches get a little bit hungry. At the moment, they are very tired. Mifa is being... Let me just move the camera a bit. You can't quite see her. I mean, she's out cold. She is snoozing away. And Daruk is in the corner of the room where there's a tiny patch of sunlight coming through. So they're both quite calm at the moment. But I may need to take a break when they do start to get restless. And I'm the same, Wolf. I don't think I've ever seen a moon go all blue. I don't think I've ever seen a moon go all red either. I've seen the sky go red, so I've woken up to the sky being red in the morning or in the evening, but never the moon. Wow. So Reindeer, you once looked up to the sky and saw something that you thought was rare and strange, and looked like a trail of slow-moving stars all in a line. But then you were disappointed to find out it was just Starlink. Wow. I mean, I've never seen that. Certainly not. I mean, so basically, you've seen a satellite. That's crazy. In my head, that is crazy. I've never seen I didn't think that was possible. Yeah, that's really I mean that's really cool. That I know you're saying you thought it was something rare and it was only that, but I still think that would be amazing to have seen from Earth. That sounds pretty amazing to me. I don't think that's possible to be able to see that in the UK, or I've never heard of it. Because to me that just seems so... That seems like an object that is so far away from us and is so relatively small. It blows my mind that we'd be able to see it from here. But I guess if it catches the light in just the right way, maybe? It's impressive. It never occurred to me that we might be able to see satellites going around. Interesting. So it just got close to New Zealand in one of its rotations, and that's why you could see it. That sounds pretty rare to me. So that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. That's interesting, rainy day. I certainly didn't know that. So if the sky is cloudy and looks a kind of green, dark greyish green, that could indicate an impending tornado. That's useful to know. I don't think that's so much of an issue in the UK, but that clearly would be an issue in other parts of the world. But yeah, nature is cool. I agree. I completely agree. And that is good to hear, Wolf. It's good to hear that you don't get tornadoes there. I wasn't sure, actually. I know that there's parts of America that do, so I was a bit worried. So I'm glad to hear that you don't get that in Arizona. So, Rain Day, you've seen it once during a cyclone. That sounds scary. But nothing formed. But yeah, it might be common in America due to Tornado Alley. Yeah, I think I've heard of Tornado Alley. Yeah, it sounds scary. Definitely sounds scary. And Deb, oh, let me check. Hold on. Oh, that's kind of cool, as a kind of screen to show that I'm not here. I like that. I like that. I do kind of like the background that I've got already. I think the writing that I've got saying that I'll be right back is a bit, I could improve that. But I do like the backdrop that I've already got for my I'll be right back. Let me just quickly show it. while it's loading. So I'm tempted to leave my Be Right Back title card as that, because I've got a lot of nostalgia for that loading screen. But I do like it. It is cool. So I might borrow some of the inspiration from it, because as I say, I think I can tweak the I could definitely tweak other elements of it. And I've been thinking of tweaking some of the other elements of it. We'll see. So Wolf, you get monsoons. That I didn't think that never occurred to me. I never thought monsoons would be a thing in Arizona. But you get dust storms and minor floods. Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, in the UK we definitely get floods every now and again. That's a real thing, absolutely. Yeah, lots of places in the UK are built on floodplains, which it just means that when the riverbanks break, they're gonna flood. There's no way of avoiding it, really. So yeah, flooding is definitely a risk in certain parts of the UK, definitely. And it's good that you're usually inside most of the time. I mean, yeah, being inside is the safest place when there's adverse weather, so it's good to stay safe. So Rainy Day, you actually wanted to be a storm chaser who observes tornadoes and studies their patterns. Interesting. So your username is quite apt then. That's cool. That is cool. I could see the appeal. It's definitely not for me. I would be far too afraid of something like that. But it's cool that interests you. That's cool. So it's not your career preference now, but it's still good that you are able to sort of still have that knowledge. That is cool. That is cool. And that would work quite well. Yeah, replacing the white background on that image you sent with the background that I like, and then just changing the text. That would look really good, I think. I might try that. Because it does look cool. It does look cool. And yeah, Wolf, yeah, you remember getting warnings on your phone. But yeah, as long as you stay inside a lot of the time, that's the safest place to be. So I completely agree. And it's good that you haven't had any warnings recently. That is good. And yeah, I can remember Rainy Day. I can remember in school, in primary school. So that would have been, I'm rubbish with ages, but probably between like 7 and 11, something like that. Doing an assignment on the weather. So we learnt about clouds, and I remember really enjoying that assignment. I can still remember some of the names now, and astrostratus and cumulonimbus and cirrus, those wispy things. I remember being really interested in the clouds. I don't think because we were really, really young when we were taught that type of thing. I don't think. Well, maybe it did. Maybe the subject did go into more detail than that. But
but I only ever remembered a few of the clouds. But I remember enjoying it. I do think weather is cool. It is definitely an interesting subject, I would agree. So, in New Zealand, the big scary calamity would be earthquakes. Right, I didn't know that. Right, so that is concerning. Yeah. So I'm assuming that for New Zealand there is like a a fault line relatively nearby. Yeah, I didn't know that. That's earthquakes can definitely be scary. They can definitely be scary, especially when they're near water, and then you've got that tsunami concern as well. Yeah, nature is interesting, but nature can be absolutely terrifying sometimes. So New Zealand actually has 2 fault lines. Wow, I did not know that. I really did not know that. Wow. So, Calamari, the scary thing where you live are active volcanoes, but thankfully, you are quite far away from it. I mean, yeah, there's just so many things that I don't even think about. But yeah, that must be. I mean, that must be a real concern when that happens. Yeah, because volcanoes. Yeah, I've never seen a volcano before. I think when I went to Iceland, we saw volcanoes in the distance, but it wasn't. I never went anywhere near them. Yeah, volcanoes must be, something that could be a real concern. So yeah, I really hope. I really hope everyone stays safe. All this talk about disastrous nature events, it's something you don't think about very often, but it's good that we're all safe. I think we should all appreciate that we're all safe, and that's good. But yeah, volcanoes must be terrifying. But then it's all nature. It's all kind of beautiful in a way, that the world has this kind of active geology to it. And Deb, not too much in the way of calamities, but there is a worrying case of coronavirus increase and new variants. That's always a concern. That's always a concern. So hopefully everyone's staying safe in regards to that. And rainy day. So there's people in New Zealand that live in. Am I going to be able to pronounce that right? Rotorua. But that's a New Zealand city which has a volcano next to it. It would concern me as well. But I mean, I guess people do. And I guess when you think about it, when you really think about it, I presume the last time anything like that happened probably was lifetimes ago. So realistically, nothing's going to happen. Realistically, nothing's going to happen. But then in the back of your mind, or in the back of my mind, there would be, well, what if? Well, what if? Just because I am, by my nature, a worrier. In my head, I'm constantly playing out what is the worst possible thing that could arise from this decision that I'm about to make, and how would I deal with that worst case scenario. And I end up having that inner dialogue in my head for most of the decisions that I make in life. So yeah, I would struggle if my mental health would struggle if I was living in a place like that. But again, realistically, when you look at the probabilities, when you take a step back, I would imagine, yeah, these are volcanoes that have not erupted in lifetimes, in centuries, and it's not going to happen realistically. But sometimes it's difficult to be rational, isn't it? Right, so Rainy Day. So this city is not next to the volcano, it's built on top of the volcano. That doesn't sound safe. Yeah, I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. That sounds crazy to me. I mean, that just seems... I mean, I don't know anything about volcanoes, but that just doesn't sound safe to me. But I'm sure there are people that are a lot more intelligent than I who have made those decisions, those planning decisions. I think you just have to trust that they've made the right decisions there. But I will admit that sounds crazy to me. But okay, so yeah, so that is how the main power source is fueled. So I do like that. So one of the things I was most impressed with when I went to Iceland is quite how much of their power grid is entirely powered by geothermal activity. I think that is so amazing. Like all of the hot water that you get in Iceland, it's entirely powered by geothermal activity because it's quite a volcanically active island. And that is kind of amazing that humans have built societies that is able to tap into something so destructive, but so beneficial. It's the cleanest way of getting energy. It's entirely self-sufficient. It's kind of amazing. So I mean, in that sense, I really kind of respect that Rainy Day. That that those towns next to volcanoes or even on top of volcanoes in New Zealand, that they're able to harness that power, because I think that's a really good thing to do, honestly. And calamari, yes, yeah. What is the worst thing that could happen on this run? It probably would have been the shiny starly, and that's happened twice to me. So, yeah, exactly. That is the worst thing that could happen, and it's already happened twice. So, nothing bad can possibly happen on this run now. I'm thinking, although that might be tempting fate. And I'm hoping that the luck turns around, Wolf. I'm hoping that the luck moves away from the shiny starlies and moves over to the shiny starters. I don't know if you can hear that, but that is Daruk, and in Daruk language that is, I'm a little bit peckish, it's gone midday, why am I not eating? And he makes a good argument. I understand his point, and I agree with him. So I'm going to do this last encounter, and then I'm going to give my pooches something to eat, give them a little bit of a run around outside, and and I will be back in probably about 25 minutes, I think. 25 minutes to half an hour. It typically takes. It's not a shiny Chimchar. Okay. So thank you to everyone that's joined the stream so far. If anyone needs to go, thank you for joining. Have a lovely rest of your day, and I will be back in about 25 minutes.
Okay, I am back. So the dogs have had their lunch. They've had a run around outside. So Deb, you would be happy to go on hiking on volcanoes just to experience it, and to photograph it, because you love traveling. Yeah, I think that would be good. And my phone is bad at nighttime photography as well. Again, that's yeah. I think whenever I've tried to take photo of things at night, it never comes out the way I want it to. Yeah, the pooches have had their food. I've made myself a scone. I've got a clotted cream and jam and strawberry scone, which I'm going to enjoy. Nothing beats a scone and a cup of tea, in my opinion. We'll go for a chimcha. completely wrong. Let me just change that. It's too high. There it is. And it's not a shiny Chimchar. That would have been, yeah, that would have been interesting if I'd got the shiny Chimchar when I wasn't even looking at the screen, when I was trying to adjust the camera. I was thinking that as well, Rainy Day. I was thinking this would be an awkward time to get it. I still would have liked it. But alas, no. It'll come eventually. And I know what you mean, Rainy Day. Yeah, because you're picking from a briefcase of 3. There's that worry of what if the other one was shiny. But my understanding is it doesn't generate the shiny until you pick it. So when you open the briefcase, none of them are shiny. It's only when you pick a shiny and then throw it into battle, that's when it can become shiny. So it's not so much of a worry. So it's at this point that it's locked in as to whether it is or is not a shiny. And this is one of the 4,095 instances where it is not shiny. Yeah, no, exactly. It's still, yeah. There's a difference between how the probability mechanics work behind the game and how it feels to actually play the game. You know, how it feels to, see the briefcase open, see your 3 options, settle on one of them, and then see whether it's shiny or not. It feels like, ooh, what if I'd picked a different one? But yeah, I know what you mean. It definitely, it can definitely feel a bit stressful. But it doesn't bother me at all because I know the way that it operates. It's the same way. I don't know if anyone else plays the trading card game Pocket, where when you're opening packs, you have a selection of packs, and you have to choose which pack to open. And when you choose a particular pack, then the pack opens and you look at all the cards you get. And that used to stress me out, thinking, oh, I wish I'd picked a different pack, or I pick one and then it had something, and I think, oh, what if I'd picked the other one? But the way that the game operates in Trading Card Game Pocket is as soon as you've locked in that you are going to open a pack, that's when it's generated what your cards are going to be. It's an artificial choice, the selection of packs. It doesn't impact what the cards you're going to get. No matter what you select, from that selection, you're going to get the cards you're going to get. But Rainy Day, that's why you prefer the Masuda method, because your focus is just on one. Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, I could just go for one, but even then, I mean, the Masuda method is just better, isn't it? It's just better than this. I mean, one, you're not constantly resetting your game, so it's quicker. Two, your odds are much better. So I would prefer a Masuda method as well, but I just want this to be a shiny only run, and since this game is unique amongst the games on Switch, you know, no other Pokemon game on Switch allows you even the chance of a shiny starter. Since this is the only game that it allows that chance, it makes me want to do it. You know, it makes me I want to get a shiny starter. It's the only game on the Switch where you can get a shiny starter, so I feel I'd be missing out if I didn't do this. So I want to get a shiny starter. I've never had a shiny starter before, right from the start of a playthrough. You know, I've never had that before. So that's something exciting to me that I'm looking forward to. So I understand this is not for everyone, you know, and you know, it wouldn't even be for me. If you'd asked me to do this probably a year ago, I probably wouldn't have been in the mood to do this. But just the more videos I've seen of just people doing this, it just felt more and more achievable for me. And now that I'm doing it, it's not as daunting as I thought it would be, and it's quite relaxing for me. It won't be relaxing when I finally find the shiny, but yeah, I like the anticipation, not knowing when it will arrive. And I just know when it does arrive, it's going to be great. So you have flame body and you have the bike on sword. Exactly. Yeah. The amount of chances that you're going to get to find the shiny when you're hatching eggs with a flame body Pokemon and things like that. Yeah, it's so much. It's just better. It is just better. This is. I mean, it's the loading screens that kill me more than anything. Because the loading screens in particular just feel like if the game ran faster, if my Switch system ran faster, then this whole search would be faster. You know, going through the dialogue and things like that, that's always going to be there, that's always going to be present, but it does feel like the performance of the game and the performance of my Switch are the biggest variables and the biggest deciding factor in how long this search is going to take, which is a bit of a shame. I mean, look at those three jumping. Why can't they go faster? Yeah. They shouldn't need to jump that many times. Just load the game. So that could be bothersome, but it's not the end of the world. I'm pretty much used to it now. After 1,762 encounters, I'm pretty used to the slow loading screen. Oh, Rainy Day, I have not. So I've not seen people shiny hunt on X and Y.
So apparently it's much worse because you've not only got to go through the titles and a conversation, but you've got to get to the point where you have to get nicknamed. You've got to name your character, presumably. That sounds like it would take an awfully long time. Yeah. And I know in the older generations that the shiny odds were closer to about 8,000. I don't know when it changed, but part of me is thinking that the shiny rate on X and Y probably was, 8,000, so probably around double what it is on this. So that sounds really intense. I'm not convinced I could do that. So Tempest, so my thoughts on that are, I actually don't know what it is. So I've never played Pokemon Emerald, so I'm not aware of any RNG manipulations that you can do to get shinies. I didn't know that was a thing. So yeah, I didn't know that. I would say, but I mean, I'm imagining it's like if you do a very specific sequence of events. Oh, and you'll just see Mifa has gone in the bed. She barely notices that Daruk is there, and she will plonk herself on top of Daruk. Yeah, that's something that Daruk would not do. So I'm assuming what happens in Emerald is there's a very, very specific set of events that you do, this sequence of events that would lead you to a shiny. In my opinion, a shiny is a shiny. But I will say that getting the shiny is the really exciting part, but I think what makes it really meaningful in a lot of times, or what makes it memorable to me, is the journey it took to get there. So the journey might not be as memorable if you got it through that kind of very specific sequence of events. So an example would be in Scarlet and Violet in December, they ran the Shiny Rayquaza event, where it was I think it was only a 6-star Terra Raid, but it was still pretty difficult. You had to beat the Rayquaza, and then you caught it, and it was always shiny, and you could get one, and it was great. So you had to earn it, you had to beat it, and you got a shiny Rayquaza, and that was special. It was a different feeling though when I got my shiny Mewtwo from resetting in Let's Go a couple of weeks ago, where I had to reset 2,600 odd times, and I got that shiny Mewtwo. Now they're both shiny legendaries, but one means a lot more to me than the other because of how much I had to work for it, if that makes sense. Oh, right, Rainy Day. So in X and Y, you've already got past the name your character part, so it's not starting right from the beginning, but they give you the opportunity to be called something else. Interesting. Yeah, I've never played those games, so I didn't know there was a nickname function as well as your name function. That's interesting. But at least that means the reset time probably wouldn't be as bad as I was imagining. I was imagining basically starting from the very beginning. But yeah, that still sounds like an awfully long time. And that would really bother me, having to do a nickname each time, because I would want the nickname to be right, so I'd have to go through the effort of writing out the correct nickname each time. Yeah, I wouldn't like that. I'm not sure I am built with that level of persistence and patience. I think I'm okay with this type of thing. But anything
higher odds than this and anything more convoluted than this, and I can't guarantee that I'm built for that. So Tempest Kim, you've given it a try before on Emerald, and it's trickier than it sounds. So the shinies are static, and the frame you get them never changes. So you only get them if you activate the encounter when you hit the frame. So that sounds very, very, very precise. So I would imagine that takes a lot of trial and error, and that takes a lot of skill to get the exact right thing, if I'm imagining that right. So to me, that would feel very rewarding. I mean, I can't speak to everyone, but if I was able to do something that technical, that took that amount of practice and skill, to me, that would feel I would feel quite accomplished doing something like that. So, like I say, any shiny is a shiny. So any shiny is something special. But as I say, it's the journey to get the shiny that makes it that bit more special. And the way that you've described that there, to me, that would make it feel more special. So the worst one to go through is a roaming Lati. Yeah. Yeah, that does sound really... So I'm not sure I've ever caught a roaming Pokemon before, because I certainly encountered the roaming legendary dogs or legendary beasts, whatever, in Pokemon Silver. I encountered them numerous times, but I was never expecting them. So I was never expecting to encounter Raikou, Entei, or Suicune. I was never expecting it. I was never prepared for it, and every time I did find them, they would just run away. So I don't think I ever managed to catch a roaming legendary before. But I do really like that mechanic. It was something that was really, really exciting, and I like games that include that, where you could just be going along your day and a legendary could just appear at any time. I really like that aspect. So I like that aspect in Let's Go. The fact that once you've caught the legendary birds, you can just encounter another legendary bird, just on your adventure, and I really like that. I've never found one, never caught one, but I like the idea that it could happen. So I'm a big fan of roaming legendaries. It's just I've never caught one before. But yeah, trying to get a roaming Latios or Latias sounds difficult. Trying to time the encounter very specifically, to me, that sounds impossible. So yeah, if anyone's able to do that, I think that's pretty impressive. So, Tempest, you kind of stopped because Fantasy Life came out. I'm not sure I've heard of that. The name rings a bell. Let me just look it up, because I don't know too much about it. Because I feel like there has been a game that released on Switch with a name that was similar to that, and it looked interesting, but I've certainly never played it. Fantasy Life. I'm just having a look. Fantasy Life I, the girl who steals... the girl who steals time? I've definitely heard of that before, and I think I've heard good things about it, but I've never played it. I remember, unless I'm getting it mixed up with a different game, I think I remember seeing a trailer and thinking it was an interesting mix of farming and adventure, which, as a Stardew Valley fan, it seemed to appeal to me. So if it's the game I'm thinking of, that seemed like a game that I would have been interested in as well. Oh, Rainy Day, you said no to an egg, and the nursery lady has just kept it. Well, don't worry, that I can guarantee that was just a normal egg, so don't worry. And Tempest Kim, so the RNG manipulation in Emerald, it's similar in terms of timing to doing a good wall jump in Super Mario 64. Interesting. I've never played Super Mario 64. I don't think I've ever played properly a 3D platformer, which is weird to say. I've played many of the 2D ones. I grew up on the 2D platformers, but when it made the jump to 3D, there was something about it that just I couldn't get my head around, and I've never really been able to play the 2D platformers. But it's something I might try and revisit, because as I say, I adore 2D platformers, and I know that the Mario 3D platformers are some of the best games of all time, judging by their review scores. But it's just not something I've ever played. And yeah, so Fantasy Life, it's the type of game that you get out of it what you put into it. Yeah. That sounds. I mean, to me, that sounds similar to. Stardew, and I like that about Stardew. So, Rainy Day, you really like Stardew, but you hate the mayor, and you hate the grandpa. The grandpa is... I'm a bit confused, because unless I'm thinking of something else, the grandpa isn't in it, other than the title sequence. And the grandpa just gives you the farm, doesn't he? Yeah, I could understand not liking the mayor, because I think the mayor treats Marnie quite poorly. So I'm not crazy about the mayor. Okay, so your thoughts on Grandpa is that he only judges your farm based on money on year 3. Is there not? Does he not judge it on how many hearts you've got with villagers as well? Or is it purely just on money? I didn't realise that. That is a little more materialistic than I was expecting it to be. Especially given the content of the letter that you get, that you find in your drawer at the start of the game from your grandpa. Yeah, is it just on money? I'm surprised by that. I thought it was on like a mix of things. It is just money. I did not realise that. Fair enough. Well, that's legitimate then. Fair enough. I like all the characters though. I do like all the characters.
So yeah, you only get all the torches lit if you've got 1,000,000 gold. Like, well, you know, he believes in you, and that's the thing. He wants to motivate. He wants to motivate you to be successful, and maybe he can't tell what. Maybe he can't tell all of the intangible good achievements you might have made, and maybe from his position all he can see is the bank balance, and maybe that's all he's going on, and he's just trying to motivate you to be a success. I'm not sure. That is strange, I will say, for a game that there's clear segments in it that kind of push a maybe not anti, but it expresses a kind of caution over rampant consumerism and capitalism. It's strange where there's segments of the story that kind of tell that cautionary tale of what happens if you're just driven by money. To have the goal for the first part of the game to be solely about money. That is a strange contradiction, and I have never noticed that contradiction before. So that's quite interesting. That is quite interesting. Yeah, I've never even tried it, Rainy Day. So, Rainy Day, you tried to go the Joja route once, but you gave up halfway through because it was a bit ew. I've never even been able to try it. I don't know why, because it's just a game. And you should be able to just experience, because it's content. You know, there's content there in Stardew that I've never seen. And so there's a part of me that should, if I want to experience the full game, I should play the Joja route and explore that other content in the game. But like you, there's just that ick factor. I can't go the Joja route. I really like doing the bundles. It's certainly not that I choose Pierre over Morris, because I have my problems with Pierre as well. So it's not a preference of Pierre over Morris, because I think they're both flawed characters. It's more that just going the intended route, the community center route, you just get to do all those bundles, and there's so many rewards, and it's such a nice feeling, doing each achievement, getting closer to each bundle, slowly unlocking different parts of the world. It just feels really rewarding, rather than the Joja route where you just, here's a bag of cash and you'll unlock the mine carts. It just seems very unsatisfying. So I haven't been able to do the Joja route either. It feels unsatisfying, and I don't want to destroy the community centre. I just can't do it. Even though it's a game, there's something in my head that just won't let me do it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, gathering the money can be a bit more annoying than just gathering the produce. Yeah, I agree. But yeah, I do need to play that game again, because I haven't played it since I've lost count of the update, but I haven't played it since the update that came out on the Switch last year. And my understanding is there's quite a bit that's been added in that update. So I really do want to play it. But it's just finding the time, because there's a lot of other things that I want to do as well.
I see, Rainy Day. So the first character you went with was Harvey, but when you came back, you got the ick factor and then went with Maru instead. I think the first character that I went with was Maru as well. So yeah, is the ick factor about Harvey? I'm not sure. I didn't get an ick factor. Is it because that he goes after Maru? If you have a normal, well, if you don't pick any partner or anything, then Harvey partners up with Maru at the flower dance and things like that, and they work together, and there's like the what is it, like Harvey is her boss, so it's a little bit dodgy that they end up together. Is that the ick factor, or was the ick factor something else? But yeah, I mean, I do like all the characters. Like, I mean, even Mayor Lewis, who, like I say, I think he really treats Marnie badly. I still like the character. And even though Pierre tries to rip the villagers off, you know, buying our produce at a really low price and then bumping it up, I can't blame him for that either. You know, he's trying to make a living. Yeah, I can't blame him for that either. I can't, hand on my heart, say that I would do any different. You know, the man's got overheads. He's got a family to feed. So yeah, I don't hate any of the characters in Stardew. I think they all have their redeeming qualities, I think. Okay, I see. Rainy Day. So that, yeah, the ick factor is more just the vibe, but also the fact that even after marriage, he will charge you to heal you after you are mortally wounded. That's fair. That's fair. That is fair, actually. And Deb, you are never late, you know. Whenever you join is the right time to join. So yeah, don't worry, never worry about being late or missing anything. These are very long streams, especially at the weekend. So I don't expect people to be able to stick around for the whole thing. So yeah, never worry about that. Anytime that you stop by, it's, you know, very appreciated. But you certainly haven't missed anything. I'm certainly still looking for the shiny starter. So I've got through 71 encounters today. There's another, I would say, 6 hours left of my stream. And I'm hoping to get through another 128 encounters to bring it up to 1,900. That's where I want to end today's stream. Obviously, if I get the shiny before then, I would much prefer to not end it on that. I would much prefer to end it on a lower number than that with a shiny. But I'm not going to get my hopes up. So that's the goal today. Just get through 1,000, get through to 1,900 encounters and see where we are. Tomorrow I'll be back at work, so this is the last long stream that I'll be doing for quite a while. Next weekend and the weekend after, I'll be with family. I've got family coming to stay, so I won't be able to stream while they're here. I'll be hosting and just spending time with family that I don't get to see very often. So there won't be any long weekend streams for a few weeks. And then there might not be any midweek streams either while my family are here. So I'll be streaming tomorrow in the evening, UK time, from around 5 until 7:30, and the same again probably on the Wednesday and the Thursday. But the Thursday will probably be the last stream that I do for a couple of weeks. But I'll be back. I won't be doing any playing of Shining Pearl in the meantime, so I won't be playing this off stream or anything like that. I don't want to run the risk of finding the shiny off stream. When I find this shiny, I want it to be on stream. The reaction to me finding the shiny from anyone that's watching, I want that to be, I want that to be recorded. Basically, I want to share the experience with people. So I won't be doing any encounters off stream. But there will be a break. So we'll see. We shall see. I would love to get this shiny before I go on that break. Because then it would feel like, this Shining Pearl playthrough has begun, really. And I would love that. I would love that, Deb and Calamari. If it could be the 1901st encounter, that would be amazing. It would mean that I get it tomorrow, and I would be more than okay with that. Imagine. So yeah, we'll see. There's always a chance, even if it gets to the very last encounter on stream, on the Thursday before I take the break, even if there's just one more encounter left, that could be shiny. There's no way, there's no more or less chance of that happening. It could be. Any of these could be the shiny. And it's just that not knowing that keeps me going. So we'll see. I do think my dogs look very cute when they, when Mifa just plonks herself on top of Daruk. Like I said, I don't think Daruk's going to tolerate it that much longer. I get the impression that Mifa prefers this than Daruk. I do think they're cute when they do that. And it's such a contrast to how they used to be when we first got Mifa. When we first got Mifa, Daruk was utterly petrified of her. She was the tiniest little puppy, and any little movement that she made, Daruk would just run away to the other side of the room. For some reason, he was absolutely petrified of this tiny little fragile puppy. And as soon as Mifa realised that Daruk was scared of her, she would chase him constantly. It was adorable. And not a problem, Calamari. If this is the last stream that you might be able to catch, that makes sense, because time differences are crazy. So yeah, it's been lovely having you here this weekend. It's been really nice, so thank you very much. And that is just completely understandable.
like I say, yeah, with time differences, it is tricky, and I don't even schedule a lot of my streams, so it's not even clear a lot of the time when people might expect to catch these streams. So I never expect people to, yeah, to be able to catch these. It's always, to me, it's always a privilege if anyone joins. It's never an expectation. But yeah, I hope I get the shiny starter this week. It would be amazing. And like I say, when I do get it, I'll rename the stream, and I'll also timestamp it as well. So when I do get it, because I would imagine for a lot of people, whenever it happens, a lot of people are not going to be on stream at the time it actually happens. So when it does happen, I'll be sure to rename the stream when it's finished and put a little timestamp so that people can skip straight to the shiny. And it would be cool to get it the exact odds. I'm gonna be honest, I wouldn't mind. I would not mind it being 4096. Mentally, that's what I'm very much preparing it to be. And it's a very long way away. But yeah, in my head, this was always going to take months. So yeah, if it takes that, at least that's not over odds. So I'll be very happy with that. It's when it starts to go quite a long way over odds, that's when I might start to panic. But we shall see. But I mean, even if it goes over odds, this isn't... it's still quite enjoyable. And a part of me would just think it would just make that starter that much more special when it finally does appear. So, yeah, I'm not too concerned about how long it takes. My main concern is it will change when I can start a new playthrough. But then the longer this goes on, the more I'm thinking that I am just going to have to put a pause in the whole run, because when Legend ZA comes out, I do want to play that and I would like to stream that. So I think in my head I was hoping that I might get lucky and I might be able to wrap up this shiny only playthrough before it comes out in and I think it comes out in the later part of this year. Yeah, I was hoping that it would be finished by then, but the longer this goes on, the more I'm thinking that was a little optimistic of me, and I suspect I'm going to be still in the middle. I mean, I hope I've got the starter at least by then, but there's still a lot more shiny hunts I need to do. So I'm thinking what I may need to do is just, when Legend ZA does come out, just put a little pin in it and play Legend ZA, and then I can come back to this challenge. So that may be something I do. And Rainy Day, thank you very much for stopping by. Yeah, good night. And it's been lovely seeing you. Yeah, have a good night. Catch you later. And I hope that's the case, Calamari. Yeah, I've got in my head that makes sense. So I'm hoping that the shiny encounters come a lot faster after this part of the run. Because in my head, this does feel slow. This feels like the shiny hunt that is going to take the longest. So it should make all subsequent shiny hunts in this run feel like a breeze. That's the thought I'm clinging to. We shall see. But there's definitely a couple of shiny hunts I'm looking forward to doing, just because they sound fun and interesting. So the double encounters in Eterna Forest sound really interesting, and this Pokeradar hunting also sounds really interesting. So I'm excited to do those ones. The Masuda method will be fine. You know, I've done that before, so that won't be quite as exciting. But yeah, I'm looking forward to, you know, shiny hunting in those different ways. And also, when I do come back after this break, I should have the Switch too. So, I know there hasn't been an update announced for this game, but in my head, the loading time should just naturally be quicker on the Switch too. So that might speed things up as well. Fingers crossed.
Tempest, yes. Yeah, I suspect the starter hunt is the worst part of this. Yeah, similarly to your roaming latte hunt, yeah, I can imagine. And I would imagine Calamari can testify to the Mesprit hunt being quite tricky, because I think Calamari's in the middle of a Mesprit hunt. So yeah, it's tricky. But I think it just, when you do finally get it, it just makes it all worthwhile. I can imagine. Because, yeah, this is going to be special. You know, I've never had a shiny starter before. So this is gonna feel really special to actually start a playthrough with a shiny right from the start. Yeah, I am looking forward to it. And yeah, I'll have to look up how it works, because I am unfamiliar with roaming legendaries. Because my only experience of it really is from Gold and Silver back in the day, and that is me going back, 25 years trying to remember how it worked, and I just remember it being very difficult to even find them. So in Gold and Silver, I remember you'd look at your map and there'd be a symbol somewhere on a route, and then you'd go there, but then every time I got there it felt like I'd go to the town map and that Pokemon had moved, so it just felt so difficult trying to find the roaming legendaries. I would imagine it's different now, but I haven't got a clue how it works in later games, and I'm going to be honest, I'm not even sure how it worked in Gold and Silver because I never quite figured it out. But yeah, I remember accidentally bumping into the legendary beasts in Gold and Silver, but they fled every single time, or they made me flee. Maybe they used Roar, I can't remember. It didn't go well anyway. Anytime I encountered them, it was an amazing feeling for the first few seconds, and then the encounter was over. So well done to people that are able to get these roaming legendaries, because to me it sounds impossible based on my recollections of roaming legendaries. So Tempest, apparently in BDSP there's a way to manipulate shinies using the frames based on when the NPCs blink. Wow. Yeah, I definitely won't be able to do that. I never even noticed that the NPCs, but now I'm looking at it, yeah, I am noticing they do blink, don't they? I would never have noticed that until you just mentioned that. Yeah, I wouldn't have I don't have the timing or the precision to do anything like that. But I have a lot of respect for people that are able to do things like that. What did I go for last time? We'll go for Piplup this time. Yeah, Deb, I hope I can get a starter. I mean, I will get a starter. It's just about when. The question isn't whether I get this shiny starter. It's just when. And I really, really would love to get it before I go on the break. But I understand that if that is expecting a lot. I am still well under odds. I would have to be very, very fortunate for that to happen. But you never know. So yeah, fingers crossed. 'Kay, 'kay, 'kay. 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 'Kay, 'kay, the way that the latties work is that you can't just save halfway and then go on to some other shiny. Right, I see. Yeah, so once the lattie has spawned, you can't change whether it's shiny. It sounds like, yeah, it sounds like at the point it spawns, it is already a fixed either shiny or non-shiny, which I can imagine that just makes it more difficult, doesn't it? Yeah, roaming legendaries sound very tricky to me. Oh, so thinking about it that way, so when you do find the roaming Pokemon, if you were to find it as shiny, it remains shiny. That is interesting. That's interesting. So yeah, I guess it takes a lot of persistence to keep resetting the encounter to find it, but then once you've found it, you don't really have to worry about it running, because even if it runs, it stays in that state. It stays as, well, presumably shiny if you want to keep it that way, if you save it afterwards. So that is interesting. Right. See, it sounds really challenging, and I'm not sure it's something I'm capable of doing, but it does sound really rewarding, and it does sound really impressive, these roaming legendaries. Again, I'm not guaranteeing it's something that I'm capable of doing, but it is something that appeals to me. So interesting. Yeah, I think if I were to eventually move on to a roaming legendary hunt, it would feel like, it would feel like my shiny hunts are just getting progressively more difficult. So I've gone from Mewtwo in Let's Go, which wasn't too bad at all. The loading screens were not too bad. No lengthy dialogue, just a little bit of a, little video play cutscene at the start. That's all you've really got to get to, and then you're into the Mewtwo fight. The starter in this is a little more involved. You've got a lot of text dialogue to get through. You've got really obnoxious loading screens. But at the end of the day, you are where you are, and then you open the briefcase and you get the shiny, or you don't get the shiny. A roaming legendary just seems the next step up in difficulty. So that might be interesting. That's something I will think about. Because yeah, I can definitely see the appeal of that. Like I say, when you finally do get something like that, it must be an amazing feeling. And that is a nice way of looking at it, Calamari. Yeah. So back in January you wouldn't have even considered it, but now you're right in the middle of it, and that's good. Yeah, I don't know what you mean, because yeah, if you told me back in January that I would be doing something like this, I wouldn't have believed it. I would have thought I wasn't able to do it, and I'd only be able to do a few encounters, then I'd just give up. I would have assumed I would have given up on something like this. So to me, it's an achievement to have even got up to a number as high as this. I want to make sure I keep going though, to make sure I finally get it. So yeah, no, I can, yeah, I could imagine it being something that I work towards. But yeah, I guess I'll just see what I want to do. I mean, I'm assuming that these roaming legendaries, they're all post game, I would imagine. So I definitely want to finish this run, and then I'll decide what I want to do after that. Because if I have amazing luck and end up wrapping up this run before Legend ZA comes out, then I could absolutely see myself doing some post-game shiny hunting. Oh, Mesprit is not, but Cresselia is. Okay. It's something to bear in mind then. I'll have to look it up, because I must say I have played this game before, but not for a long time, and I don't have the greatest memory at the best of times, but I do feel I have got a pretty poor memory for this game in general. So a lot of it is going to be, as I play through it, a lot of it is going to be fairly new to me, even though I have played it before, even though I played the originals back in the day. We'll see how much comes back to me as I play it. But that would be interesting if Mesprit is a hunt I could do before the Elite Four. I wasn't expecting that. I assumed the only legendary I would have access to is the Palkia. So as long as I finish the event in Sin Spear Pillar, I can start hunting Mesprit. Okay, interesting. I must say that doesn't mean an awful lot to me because my memory is so bad about what happens in these games. So yeah, that sounds interesting. That sounds interesting. So I like the idea of that. But again, if it gets to Legend ZA is round the corner, then I might not be able to. And I think what I would have to do is look up online how other people are shiny hunting Mesprit, because in my head it still sounds really complicated. So I think I would like to see it done just so that I can be sure that I know what I'm doing. Because that's the other thing, I want to make sure that I'm not doing the wrong thing. Because I guess that's what has made me more confident in starting these types of playthroughs, watching other YouTubers do similar runs, watching what they do and doing the same thing. Because I guess my fear previously would have been, what if I'm doing these resets wrong in some way? What if I'm going through all this effort and I'm
maybe I'm saving at the wrong point, and at the point that I'm saving, it's already been determined that it's shiny, so all of these resets are for nothing or something like that. That would have been the type of worry I would have had, and that type of worry probably prevented me from doing something like this previously. But over the past 6 months or so, I've been watching a lot of YouTubers do their own runs, and I watched Wayfarer's BDSP run, and I took a lot of inspiration from that. That gave me a lot of reassurance, and yeah, it's nice just to watch other people play these games, shiny hunt these games, because it just gives me confidence to know that, oh, this is how you do it. This is the right way to do it, and it's nice. Ooh, that's helpful. Thank you, Calamari. So, there's a YouTuber called Jacob Robert Zero who demonstrates an optimal method for shiny hunting roamers in BDSP. I will check that out then. Hang on. Let me just make a note of that. Oh, actually, rather than making a note, I could just find them and follow them. Because that's exactly the type of thing that would give me the reassurance to attempt something like that. I think I found it, and I think I found a video: live shiny roaming Mesprit in 3,899 resets. Interesting, right? I'll subscribe. That looks good to me. Right, we'll go for Piplup. So I used to, before I got the microphone, so this would have been like a week and a half ago, when I was doing these attempts. In between the loading screens, because I didn't have a microphone, I could just watch YouTube videos in between. So that's the type of thing I would have watched while I was doing this. But instead, I will save that and I will watch that this evening. Thank you. That's the videos like that are I find really useful to watch. Apologies, someone's car alarm is going off outside, and Daruk is not a fan of car alarms, it seems. Daruk, sit. Sit. It's stopped now, so he should calm down. Oh no, the car alarm has just started again. Interesting. So, depending on the method that you use, you can get between 16 to 25 encounters per hour. That does sound like a big improvement. I'm trying to think how many encounters I get through. And yeah, I think Daruk's cute. Daruk's barks are quite cute as well. He thinks he's a really big dog. Which, compared to Mifa, he is a relatively big dog. But yeah. Yeah, I can hear the car alarm going off in the background. So yeah,
he's wondering what that is. So apologies for that. But yeah, I think it takes me. I think it takes me around 25 encounters an hour. That sounds about right, actually, for me. Oh no, actually, that's a bit on the high side. I think I get about 21, 22 encounters per hour at this. But I will say that my encounters, I think, are a lot slower than other people's. Because when I watched Wayfarer's video on this, he mentioned he was getting about 40 encounters per hour for his shiny starter, and I definitely don't get that. I get about 21, 22 per hour. And I suspect the difference is the loading screens. I really think my Switch is a bit slow. And I'm not sure whether that's because I'm running it from the game cartridge. Maybe if I had this game downloaded, maybe it would run faster. I don't know. But I get the impression that the shiny hunt that I'm doing, these loading screens are longer than what other people experience. But it's fine. It'll take as long as it takes. Digital games load faster than... Yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense. That would make sense to me. So this might be taking longer than if I had it as a digital download. Yeah. But I just like physical games. But yeah, I think that might be harming me on this playthrough. But it's not harming me enough to want to get a download. I think even knowing that they run a bit slower, I think I would always choose a physical game over a download every time. Okay. And calamari, yeah, I think we're the same. Exactly. So I was curious as to whether you were using downloads or a physical cartridge. So that sounds like if I follow the same method that you're doing, that I would probably get a similar number of encounters then, because we'd both be doing that from the cartridge. But yes, exactly. I prefer physical ones over downloads. Because it brings you back to how games have always been, game cartridges back in the day. Yeah. I used to like how the Game Boy games had their cardboard case, which always used to get beaten up, unfortunately with mine. But then they also had that little plastic protective case, which was a nice touch. I liked that. So Tempest, one thing you realised is that
shiny Primal Groudon and shiny Primal Kyogre are pretty much made for the Luxury Ball. So, yeah, I haven't played Alpha Sapphire and Omega Ruby, so I don't know too much about the Primal forms. But somebody was mentioning shiny Primal Groudon and shiny Primal Kyogre either yesterday or the day before. And they mentioned that both colour schemes are quite, black with little accents of colour, which I could imagine, the Luxury Ball would go quite well with those. That I'm imagining in my head. I haven't actually seen the designs, but in my head that would work out quite nice. Yeah, there's so much of Pokemon that I've missed. I really, really do regret just taking that break, years ago when I basically stopped playing after Soul Silver. I wish I'd kept going. I wish I'd picked up a 3DS. I wish I'd, played all those games, because there's a lot that I'm missing out on. And I'm just really hoping that they re-release those games on the Switch in some way, because I do have a 3DS now, so technically I could, and I've bought all of those games secondhand, so I do have all of those games. So I've got, Alpha Sapphire and Omega Ruby. I've got those. I could boot them up on a 3DS and play them, but I really like playing them on a TV. Now I've been spoiled with the Switch. There's a part of me that just can't just go back to just playing something on a handheld. I really like being able to just put it on the TV, sit on my couch and just play. So I'm just waiting for them to port them over to the Switch to however they choose to do it. I feel like they've got to do it eventually. I could look them up on Google, couldn't I? Let's have a look. Let me have a look. Because this is the thing, because I know that Primal Groudon and Primal Kyogre are from those games, but I don't really know what they mean. Why is it Primal? It is confusing to me, and I think I need to play the games for it to make sense to me. Oh yeah, it is predominantly black with yellow accents, isn't it? And it is similar. The Kyogre, it's got those electric pink highlights right on the tip, but for the most part it's black. They fit in quite well with just shiny Rayquaza, don't they? Predominantly black with little accents of colour. Yeah, very cool. Very cool. And Calamari, don't forget about Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Soul Silver was a really good game. I really enjoyed it. I used to enjoy taking my little Pokemon for a walk with the little Poke Walker. I used to take it to work with me. It was awesome. I did enjoy it an awful lot. Good times. Good times. Yeah, I've still got I'm very thankful. I still have my Poke Walker, and I've made sure to open it up and get the battery out, because I know batteries can leak. So I've been very careful to make sure I've got the battery out of my Poke Walker. So I still have that, thankfully, because I know they're pretty hard to find nowadays. But even though I've got it, I still would rather play it on the TV. I just wish there was a way to plug a cable in and just play the
DS or the 3DS just on a TV, it would be perfect for me. It really would. Eventually, the Pokemon Company and Nintendo have to re-release those games somehow. It just feels like they're leaving money on the table because they would make so much money re-releasing those games. So it just feels like a matter of time. the stream. Still no shiny yet, though. I would be very happy with that. I mean, I would be happy with either of them, obviously. But yes, Calamari, 1,801 would be a great time to get the shiny. Anything under odds, I would be happy with, definitely. It could always be this one. It could always be the next one. But not this one. Maybe the next one. Ooh, that's an interesting one, calamari. The starter in Legend Z8. So, I think, well, the one I would most like to have is Chikorita, because I can remember starting with Chikorita in Silver. But I've heard a rumour that if you pre-order the game from certain, I don't know which retailer it is, but if you pre-order the game from a certain retailer, that as a bonus gift you'll get a completely random plushie of one of the starters. So there's a part of me that really likes the idea of finding out which retailer that is, getting it from them, and then just seeing which plushie turns up with the game, and then choosing that starter. Now, I've been keeping an eye on My Nintendo website, and I haven't seen any pre-order bonus like that. I heard online that some retailer is doing that. It may be that that retailer is just in America and it's not something I'll be able to get in the UK. But that would be ideal for me, because I really, again, it's part of the reason why I'm really liking the idea of, you know, rotating which starter I go for in this playthrough, because in a way it's going to be random which one I end up with, and I like that. There's a part of me that, yeah, likes the idea of not knowing who my starter is going to be, and letting something decide it. So the idea of a random plushie arriving with the game that will decide who my starter is going to be, and I can have my little starter next to me as I'm playing it. There's something that really appeals to me about that idea. So if I can find that kind of offer in the UK where I am, then that's what I'll be doing. But I've been keeping an eye out and I can't see anything yet. So I think I'm going to be going with Chikorita. And you're going to be going with Chikorita too as well. Yeah, it's it feels like a really underrated Pokemon to me. Because yeah, I like Meganium. I always used to like it because it's the reason I like grass types in general. It feels like I like, you know, support Pokemon that do, you know, different things, and, you know, can put up screens, can basically just stretch out a battle a little bit. I like that. So I used to like Meganium. But yeah, I can't wait. Because it's Totodile, Chikorita, and Tepig, I think. So yeah, I'll be happy with any. No worries about that. I think my microphone went a bit weird as well. Yeah, so sorry about that, Calamari. Yeah, so I mean, I was just saying, I think I've managed to find the pre-order bonus. So it looks like it's something available on the Pokemon Center, but pre-orders for Legend ZA are not up just yet. But when they are, if you buy it through the Pokemon Center, they will send you a random plushie of one of the starters. So I think that's what I'll be doing. So I think I'll be hoping to get a Chikorita plushie, but whichever plushie arrives, that will be the one that I play through, I think. And they look quite cute. I might be able to bring it up. Oh, that would be cool. That would be so cool. You don't see many shiny plushies. That would be really cool if they just made a really, really rare, a 1 in 4,000 chance that the plushie that they send out is shiny. That would be amazing. That would be amazing. I'll try and show these plushies on camera that you can get. They all look really cute. See, that's how they look. And I think they all look adorable. So yeah, I like the idea of just opening up the package when it arrives, popping in the game cartridge, and then just seeing which one of those plushies is included. So I think that's how I will be starting my Legend ZA playthrough. So I'm very excited about that. But it's not until the end of the year, right? That's my understanding. It still feels like it's a long way away. Totodile does look adorable. They all look adorable, but Totodile does look adorable. I agree. Tepig's arms seem in an unnatural position. Let me just show you again. He's got his arms straight out, perpendicular. Tepig looks a bit odd. I think Tepig looks a bit odd, but if Tepig was the one that arrives, it would still melt my heart. So, actually, I'm a sucker for plushies. You know, plushies. Yeah, I just think they're adorable. But yeah, I'll be looking forward to that. I like the idea of just, so randomness appeals to me, but also just playing through and just having a little plushie buddy next to me while I'm playing will be nice. And what I may end up doing is, when I finally find a shiny starter for this, I may end up just buying a plushie of whichever starter, whether it's Piplup, Chimchar and Turtwig. I may end up just buying a plushie of that as soon as I find it, because that's the type of thing I would do. I would reward myself, having gone through all of the all of the effort of finding the shiny. I would reward myself with, okay, then I'll order that as a plushie. Are there any Pokemon that I'd like to get a Mega as in ZA? Interesting. See, the problem I've got is I'm not 100% certain which Pokemon have already got Megas, because I kind of missed those games. I'm just trying to think of Pokemon that I don't typically use, but that I really like. Well, one of my favourite Pokemon is Vivillon, so the idea of like a mega powerful Vivillon would be quite cool to me, and then it would have all these different designs. I think it's probably impossible because it has all those different patterns, but did I reset that? I'm not sure what happened there. But yeah, I think a Mega Vivillon would be really cool. I think that's maybe hoping too much just because of all of the different patterns that Vivillon has. But yeah, I think that would be cool in my mind. You know, kind of like how Butterfree got that Gigantamax form. You know, something impressive like that, but in a mega form for Vivillon. I would like that. And Tempest, I would like that as well. Primals to come back, because I've never experienced Primals, so having them come back would be very good, I think. And yeah, Calamar, so Charizard and Mewtwo having 2 Megas, I think I do know about. Yeah, that's what I have heard about and experienced, because I think my only experience of Megas is in the Let's Go games, and yeah, I remember getting the X and the Y Mega Stones, whatever they were called, for Charizard and for Mewtwo, and being a bit confused by that. I can't remember how Mega Mewtwo looks in its different forms. I've got a feeling one of them reminded me of Frieza from Dragon Ball Z. I can't remember what the other one looked like, but I'm looking forward to Legends ZA, because I think it's gonna. Well, it's good. I mean, I love the Legends games. I really think it's gonna be good, but I think it's also gonna help me understand Megas a little bit more, because it's something that I don't know too much about, because I missed those games. And T-Rex, hi, how are you doing? I hope you're having a really good day. Which one? We will go Chimchar this time. Okay, so this is going to be encounter 1800. So, can we get a shiny on encounter 1800? That would be amazing, but it's not. So we go on to encounter 1801. And Tempest, you feel that Charizard is way more iconic than Blastoise or Venusaur. It does seem to be the Pokemon Company's second mascot, doesn't it? Charizard.
it feels like, obviously, I think the Pokemon Company always knew that Pikachu would be the main mascot, but it definitely feels like the Pokemon Company feel like Charizard is the second mascot of the series. For me, I really think Venusaur and Blastoise are amazing. I wouldn't really be able to pick between them, but I think the majority opinion is that Charizard is the clear winner. I will always have a soft spot for Venusaur though, just because that was the one that I picked. And T-Rex, are you still hunting for a shiny Turtwig? And yeah, I completely agree, Tempest. Yeah, it does feel like Charizard is the second mascot. Yeah, it feels like Pokemon they'll always find a way to put Pikachu in their next game, and they'll always find a way of putting Charizard in the game somehow. It's just very popular, isn't it? Yeah. But yeah. When I was playing the games, I don't know which one I thought was the most iconic. Oh, but Piplup's not shiny. It wasn't Encounter 1801, alas. I think purely in terms of design, I think I probably would prefer Blastoise. Just, yeah, the idea of a turtle with massive water cannons firing out. I always thought that was really cool. And then Venusaur was my first starter, so I always liked that. Yeah, out of the three, I think I always put Charizard in third place when I was originally playing the games. But that is not the way that everyone else sees it. Everyone sees Charizard as the number one clear favourite. And that's an interesting way to look at it, Tempest, yeah? So maybe because Charizard was so popular, it meant that the Pokemon from that generation were more likely to get Mega Evolutions, like Blastoise and Venusaur. Possibly. It'll be interesting to see what Pokemon does in the future, you know, for the next full generation, because, and I might be wrong on this, because I haven't experienced Mega Evolution, but I got a sense that Mega Evolution and like Dynamax Evolution, Dynamaxing, they were like those were the gimmicks for those particular games, and for me those gimmicks felt easy enough to kind of leave behind and be replaced by another gimmick. But with Scarlet and Violet, that gimmick is like terrestrialization, and it's about changing your Terra type, and to me that feels like a mechanic that is going to be a little more tricky to just completely forget and leave behind. I'm gonna really miss terrestrialization when it goes. I really, when I first saw it, I thought it looked goofy and silly, but the way it actually interacts with gameplay, the way that yeah, it just completely changes the Pokemon's type to anything that you want it to be. It really has a massive strategic impact on all aspects of gameplay, and it makes every battle less predictable. You know, you can look at something, you can't just look at a Pokemon and immediately know what is going to be the best way to defeat it, because they could terrestrialize into a completely different type and nullify all of your plans. It's just such a strategically interesting concept that I am going to miss it when the next generation comes along. Whereas I got the impression that Mega and Dynamaxing, it was just about you get a little boost to your stats, maybe a Mega might change your typing, maybe some extra moves maybe, but that was about it. And even the typing change, it would be a predictable typing change. It would be you would be able to know, oh, if this Mega evolves, it would turn into this very specific type. Whereas terrestrialization, I'm really going to miss that when the next generation comes. Yeah, so Tempest, when you play, you tend to kind of alternate between Blastoise and Charizard. Yeah, they are cool. And I could understand, yeah, if they treated the starters differently. So if they only gave it to Charizard, then yeah, it would feel a bit weird that Blastoise or Venusaur, didn't get a Mega or didn't get a G-Max form. Whatever, it would feel a little unbalanced, unequal. So I think you're right. And Capamon, welcome back. Welcome back. How's it going? What have you been doing? Have you been searching for that Abra? Because I am still searching for my shiny. I've got 97 more goes at it this stream, so there's still hope. And yeah, that's true, Tempest. Yeah, it could be that, yeah, if Venusaur had been introduced at a different stage, its popularity might be different. Yeah, I'm glad it was introduced when it was introduced, though, because it was, like I say, it was my favourite. And I get the impression that even if it might be getting overshadowed by some of the other Kanto starters, in general, Kanto Pokemon in general, they tend to get a lot of love, which I am all for, because that was my first generation. So yeah, I think Venusaur probably gets enough, just from being a Pokemon from the original generation. It's number 3 on the Pokédex. There's not many Pokemon out there that I know the exact Pokemon, Pokédex number for. The Kanto ones, at least the early ones, you can do. That's quite nice. That's something. Bulbasaur being number 1. It's pretty cool.
So Capperman, you've been to your local card shop and bought some Pokemon packs. That's cool. That's cool, man. I hope you pull some good cards. Good luck with that. I've got quite a lot of packs lying around in my house, but what I like to do is I like to save them, and then around Christmas time I like to have about between 25 and 30 packs saved up by December, and then rather than buying an advent calendar, what I like to do is just open one pack of Pokemon cards per day, like an advent calendar for Christmas. I always look forward to that. It's usually December is usually the only time that I open Pokemon packs, usually, and I do enjoy it. And Tempest, so that's interesting. So you think, even after all the generations, that the Generation 1 trio are the best starter trio as a set? Because even in all the other ones, there's at least one that you're not crazy about, but you think every single one in the first generation is good. I wouldn't disagree too much with that, because I really love every single starter in the first generation. But then I kind of feel that way about quite a few of them. So in this generation, I think they're all great. Are they as good as the Kanto ones? Maybe not, actually. So I think maybe the Kanto ones do just pip Generation 4. Generation 3 I really like as well. I like all the starters, I really do. Because even Generation 2, I like Chikorita, I like Totodile, and I really like Cyndaquil as well. And so Calamari, you like the Alola starter trio? That's it's a little tricky for me because I haven't played it, but I know Litten's one of them. What are the other ones? Rowlet's one. And then what's the water? Is Rowlet one? Yeah, I'm rubbish because I haven't played the games. I'm not quite sure which ones are the Alolan ones. Other than I'm pretty sure Litten is one of the Alolan starters, and I do think Litten is adorable. And I do think Litten has a wonderful shiny. And Capperman, because every stage of the starters are great. Yeah. Well, they are really. I do like the way that Bulbasaur's evolution goes, because it's basically, obviously Bulbasaur gets bigger, but also you can gradually see the flower opening it through its stages. So it's Rowlet and Popplio. Thank you, Capamon. Yeah, I thought it was Rowlet, and then I just couldn't remember who the water one was. Yeah, those are good. And then Wartortle gets those Captain America little wings on his head. And I like Charmeleon as well. So yeah, it is a good generation. And so Tempest, you didn't like Quaxley. Oh, I liked Quaxley. I really liked his little pompadour thing. There's a Pokemon card from, it's either the very first Scarlet and Violet set
or it's the one that immediately came afterwards. It's one of the first 2 sets of the Scarlet and Violet Pokemon cards, and it's a full art Quaxley, and it's him preening his hair in the mirror. It's a wonderful, wonderful card. But I get why people might not like. I mean, I get why people might not like any design. But yeah, I am a big fan of Quaxley's little quiff. It's quite funny, I think. Yeah, and not a fan of Incineroar or Inteleon. Interesting. I wasn't a fan of Inteleon when I first saw it. It's definitely grown on me. But yeah, when I first saw it, I wasn't crazy about it. So you quite like the starter. So Quaxley, well, you think Quaxley's fine, but it's when it gets to its final evolution. I see. That makes sense. I will say I've been defeated by Quaquaval. I don't even know how you pronounce it. Is it Quaquaval? Again, it's the type of thing I've seen written down. I've never actually heard it said. But yeah, I've been defeated by Nemona's Quaquaval enough times to have a pretty poor opinion of it. But that's because, yeah, the Aqua Step really did a number on my team on a couple of my playthroughs. Because it gets faster and faster, and just I remember getting steamrolled by that move. And Captain, you choose Sprigatito? Yeah, the little grass kitty is a cutie. Yeah, I generally like all of the starters. I think Pokemon does a good job with starter Pokemon. There are Pokemon that I have a problem with, but I guess everyone has different opinions. There's no way of creating any Pokemon design that everyone's going to universally like. So it is tricky. It is tricky to create a set that everyone likes. So Calamari, yeah, you're not a fan of Inteleon either, but Shiny Inteleon redeems it. And I get that. But Calamari, you do like its G-Max form. Yeah, when it goes up on that huge, is it on a huge platform and it starts sniping? Yeah. They made some interesting design choices with the Gigantamax forms, which I quite like. I like bold design choices. You've got to respect that. So yeah, Captain, when you chose Sprigatito, you didn't know what it was going to evolve into. No, neither did I. With any of them, which was nice. It was nice not knowing what any of them would evolve into, and only finding that out as you played the game. When I played Scarlet and Violet, I think I was lucky enough to avoid any spoilers, so I didn't know what they would evolve into, and I spent the first 3 or 4 hours of the playthrough just getting all the way to the Poke Center, going through the intro, getting through the Poke, selecting the starter, getting to the Poke Center to unlock trading, then trading the starter over to my second Switch, and then starting the playthrough again until I had all 3 starters in one game, and then starting my playthrough. So I was able to see each starter grow and become its final form, which I really enjoyed. And I yeah, there's something about starting a new playthrough of a Pokemon game with all of the starters that really appeals to me. I know it's a little overpowered because the starters generally are quite good, but I just really like that. I just find it difficult to pick just one. I want more. I just want to just scoop all of the starters up, you know? Why do I have to just pick one? You know, I've got pockets. I can just pocket them all and run away. No one should be able to stop me. So Tempest, you wanted to like Sobble, but Inteleon was just too humanoid for you. Yeah, there are some Pokemon that are just you get that uncanny. It's just a bit too close to a human design where I'm not crazy about it. I know what you mean. I don't get that with Inteleon, but there's definitely Pokemon where I get that same feeling. So I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Like Jinx, I'm not crazy about. That's a bit too close. Mr. Mime, I'm not crazy about either. It feels a bit close to a humanoid. There's a few others that I feel like that, so I know what you mean. I prefer it when Pokemon are more, further removed from a humanoid. I think I know what you mean. Captain, do I like Incineroar? I do. I like its ability. Intimidate's really good, and it's got lots of ways of getting out of the battle, so it can swap in and swap out really nicely, and it's quite an interesting type combination. Fire and Dark's quite cool, and it's got a cool shiny. So I like Incineroar. Interesting, Tempest. So yeah, you don't mind. You quite like Jinx's idea, but the actual Pokemon, you feel that it kind of gets robbed of any good treatment, and that Jinx used to have a Mega, or it was supposed to get a Mega, but that idea was scrapped. I didn't know about that. I see what you mean, Tempest. Yeah. because where Jinx sits in the Pokédex, it rings a bell. I feel like Jinx is in that section of the Pokédex around Magmar and Electabuzz. And both of those Pokemon got baby forms along with Jinx in the next generation. But Jinx didn't get a final evolution in this generation, in Diamond and Pearl, in the same way that Magmar and Electabuzz got final evolutions, which is a bit of a shame. It does feel like a bit of an incomplete line, I guess. Because like I said, one of the things I really liked about Diamond and Pearl is just the way that they added so many final evolutions. That just felt like a really fitting way to end that evolution line. And I really like Magmortar finishing off the Magmar line. I really like Electivire finishing off the Electabuzz line. So yeah, it would have been nice to see what they could have done with Jinx to finish off that line, because now you said it, it does feel like Jinx is part of that same group. Yeah. I see what you mean, Tempest, about Scyther. Yeah, Scyther's an interesting one. Because it's got those evolutions that it can do. It can either become Scizor or it can become Cleave form. And all of them have got the same base stat. Some, which is interesting. It's strange that, in my mind, it's strange that Scyther doesn't get stronger as it becomes a Scizor or a Cleaver. It is a bit of an odd one, I always find. But I hadn't really used a Scyther in a playthrough until fairly recently, when I used a Scizor, and I was very impressed. I was very impressed, playing Scizor on a playthrough. I really liked Bullet Punch with Technician. It was quite fun. that's interesting, Tempest. Yeah, so yeah, I remember Scyther and Pinsir being the version counterparts. But in Scarlet and Violet, Scyther's there and Pinsir isn't. I hadn't noticed that. So you can't get Pinsir. I mean, now you've said that, I'm trying to think. Yeah, you're right. I don't remember seeing Pinsir there. I hadn't thought about that until you just mentioned it. And I'm trying to think whether Pinsir was in Sword and Shield. I can't remember that. But yeah, I used to like Pinsir. It's a good Pokemon. It's one of those Pokemon that, I mean, I don't know how strong it is because it's been a while since I've used it on playthrough. But yeah, I think it'd be nice if it got an evolution of some kind. Because yeah, I mean, even if it is already a strong enough Pokemon in terms of stats, it could just be like Scyther, where the evolution doesn't increase stats, it just, you know, gives it a different design, a different stat distribution, something like that. So yeah, I think I would like to see an evolution of Pinsir. So that's, I'd never thought about that, but yeah, it seems like Scyther got all the love there out of those two Pokemon, and Pinsir's just been left behind. And Tempest, so Pinsir should be back for Legends ZA. Good. Yeah, I'm hoping that as well. Yeah, because it's been a long time since I've used one. I am interested in what evolutions they choose to give in the new game, because I like a lot of the evolutions that Arceus brought. You know, like Ursaluna, I think is great. Basculegion's really cool as well. Sneasler is pretty cool. Don't mind it, it's pretty cool. So yeah, I like that, and I'm hoping they do some similar things in the new Legends game. Just heard the rain has just started. So it is just starting to rain where I am, and Daruk is not happy about it. Go for Chimchar. And Tempest, yeah, so you may go for a shiny Pinsir. That would be good. Yeah, Pinsir's got a nice shiny, from what I remember. It's a nice purple colour, isn't it? It's quite cool. And I liked the way that Scarlet and Violet handled shinies. The biggest thing for me is that I like shinies appearing in the overworld. So I liked that about Scarlet and Violet. I liked that about Legends Arceus. I liked that about Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. So yeah, I'm sure it's going to be like that in Legends ZA.
it's just really cool just walking around and just being able to see a shiny in the distance or just behind you, or it's a nice experience. I'm really hoping they keep the shiny sound from Arceus. But yeah, exactly, the sandwiches in Scarlet and Violet really helped. Really helped. Yeah, that is a good thing about Pokemon Champions. Tempest, yeah. I don't know when that game's coming out. I'll be interested when it does come out. I'm not particularly competitive, so I've never played competitive, but I completely agree with what you're saying. It's really nice to have a way for all of the gimmicks to exist in one place. It sounds like it's going to be a way for all of the Pokemon to exist in one place as well. So you don't necessarily have to worry about, say, Pinsir not being in Scarlet and Violet, because it will always be available in Champions, presumably. So I like that about it as well. I think you're right there. I think it's good that there will be a game like that has all of the Pokemon and all of the gimmicks. I don't know how it will work. It just seems really complicated to me, but I'm sure they'll figure it out. Oh, that's interesting. So I didn't know when the World Championships were. So the World Championships are in August, and there's rumours that Champions might get its release date, or might be released around that time. That would be cool. That would be cool. And it's not that far away, is it? It's not that far away. Yeah. No, I'm the same. I'm not competitive, but I take an interest in the competitive scene because it's really interesting. Because the people that play it, I think are. It's really impressive to me that they can keep track of all of the the internal calculations they must go through. Working out which move might be best, building move sets, building all of that. It's so complicated to me, but I do think it's impressive. So I do like watching some of the streams sometimes. And yeah, exactly. There's no guarantee that particular things will get announced. No, I understand that. And Calamari can't wait to use their G-Max Terrifier Mega Charizard with a Z move, with a Fire Z move, sorry. That feels like it will break the game. But again, I'm sure they'll find a way to code it. But yeah, in my mind, exactly, it does seem very complicated to work all of those gimmicks into a way that they cohesively and not game-breakingly interact with each other. I haven't got a clue how they'll do it, but it seems like an ambitious project, and I'm glad they're doing it, and I'm glad that from what I can tell, it's a free-to-play thing. It sounds like it'll be available very easily on your phone as well as on your Switch. I might be wrong about that, but that was my understanding of it. And yeah, I mean, best of luck on your shiny hunting.
so both of the Latties and the Weather Trio. So am I reading that right? Can you get Shiny Mew in Emerald? I had no idea about that. I mean, really best of luck for that one. I didn't even know that was a thing. I mean, yeah, really, really good luck on that hunt, Tempest. I really hope you get the Mew in particular, because that sounds great. The only way that I knew to get a Shiny Mew was through a Pokemon Go event a few years ago that I didn't want to pay for. But yeah, good luck if you can get it in Emerald. I guess that's another reason why I'm jealous that I missed out on that game. And yeah, right, so there was an event where you could shiny hunt Mew. That's amazing. I wish they would add that to one of the new games. I mean, I wish you could reset this game. You know, when you get to Floaroma Town and you get the couple who give you the Mew and the Jirachi. I wish you could reset that and go for a shiny Mew, because I would love to do that. That would be really, really cool. But yeah, good luck. Oh, Tempest. Oh, but it has to be a Japanese copy. And you have to inject the event too. That sounds so complicated. I don't know why Pokemon makes things so complicated sometimes. But yeah, best of luck on that. That certainly sounds more complicated than what I could handle. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'd be worried about things like that as well. So yeah, I guess if you don't do it on a Japanese copy, then that can risk things happening in home. So presumably, there is a way for you to get the Pokemon from Emerald all the way up to home. That's impressive. I'm pretty sure I can't do that no matter what. I do have a 3DS, and I think I've got a 3DS with Pokemon Bank on it, but I think I'm missing the program that you need in order to get Pokemon from a DS onto Pokemon Bank. I think that's what I'm missing. But I've never really tried it. But I think if I were to play a 3DS Pokemon game, I think I'd only be able to transfer Pokemon from 3DS Pokemon games. I don't think I'd be able to do it for DS, and certainly I wouldn't be able to do it on GBA. That's what I think. Because I think you needed I forget what it was called, but I think you needed some kind of link application as well, and I didn't download it in time. I just had Pokemon Bank, unfortunately. And that's just another thing. I was upset when they got rid of the 3DS shop, and then you could no longer download certain applications. But I know they gave a lot of advance warning, but I still managed to miss it. I see. So you'd need to buy an old DS and then work your way up. It's cool that is an option at least. Yeah. Whether it's worth it or not quite sure. I think it's better just to actually have the Pokemon. Whether it's actually in home or not, that's not really. I guess that doesn't matter as much. It's all about actually finding the shiny, I think. So that's really cool. That's the one. Yeah, so I think I'm missing Transporter. I think that might be the application I'm missing. Because I think I've got Bank, but not Transporter. So I mean, it's good that you've got those. I think I missed out on Transporter. Huh. I see. I mean, I didn't even know that was an option in Tempest King. So yeah, apparently, the only way to get Transporter is by sailing 7 seas, if I didn't already download it. I didn't even know that was an option. I'm not averse to that. So I may look up a way of doing that. I assumed there was no way at all to get it. So if I could just get it that way, I might try and look that up. And to me, that seems like a legitimate reason to do something like that. You know, if there's no other way of getting it, then getting it through less than official means, to me, that seems reasonable. If there is no official way of getting something, then seems to make sense to me that it's okay. You should be able to get it through unofficial means. And no, don't worry. I'm not expecting you to be too detailed or anything like that, Tempest. Do not worry. That's fine. I mean, just even knowing that it is possible somehow, that's all the information I need. I'm not bad at finding out things like that. Yeah. I'm good at following instructions like that. Once I know that it is possible, then I'm good at researching how to do it and then following up on those instructions. So yeah, it's at least good to know that it is possible, because I assumed I'd just missed the boat completely by not getting the transporter thing, because I think in my head I knew it was closing down, and I thought because I had bank then that was all I needed. It wasn't until I opened up bank and realised that there was this other application that I needed in order for it to work the way I thought it was going to work. And then by the time I'd realised that, the servers had already closed down, so I was a bit gutted, to be honest. And exactly, yeah. I think Nintendo ninjas are the most active ninjas in all of the world. I think they are very active. They're very on it, aren't they, Nintendo? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, I appreciate that, Tempest. Yeah. It's the type of thing I can look up in my own time. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, you do need that transporter thing. Because Nintendo did give a lot of advance warning that eShop was going to close. But because I'd never used Pokemon Bank before, I just assumed that was all you needed. And when I ended up trying to use it, I realised I'd made a terrible mistake, and that I needed the other program as well. And by the time I'd realised that mistake, it was too late. The servers had closed. Yeah, it does worry me when game shops and servers close down, and it worries me even more with the Switch 2 and its game key card nonsense, because that is just going to render a whole generation of physical media absolutely bricked and redundant as soon as those servers go down in 12 or however many years, which is a concern, because I think games should be preserved. I think, as has been said in this chat before, you should, if you've paid for a game, you should be able to play that game for as long as you want, and if you accidentally, or if you just want to load that game on a different system, but the servers have gone down, then you're prevented from doing that, and it seems very unfair to me. I do worry about game servers and things like that. But I guess game companies just want us to keep buying the same game over and over again. They don't want us to just have one copy of the game. I get the impression that game companies would rather us just buy our entire game catalogues from scratch all over again every time a new console comes out. Yep, exactly, Calamari. That's my way of thinking as well. I would rather have physical ones for when the inevitable happens, because there's no way Nintendo will keep the servers on forever, because that's not what they've done in the past. So exactly, I think it is good to have physical wherever possible. There are yeah, I guess there are some exceptions, because there are some games that I really don't mind buying more than once. And when I say some, I think I'm only really thinking of one game, and that is Stardew Valley. I really don't mind buying that every single time, just because I know it's just one person behind that game, and the amount of hours I've got out of that game does not equate the amount I've paid for the game. So Stardew Valley is one of the very few games I really do not mind buying multiple times on different consoles and things like that. I think every other game in existence I'm not quite sure about, but Stardew Valley I'd be happy to buy that every single time I get a different system. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking that way as well, Calamari. The way game prices have gone, you think about how much Heart Gold and Soul Silver are worth now. They're worth a decent amount. How much Platinum is worth? That's worth a decent amount. Emerald, that's worth a decent amount. For anyone interested, the definitive editions of Sword and Shield, so the ones that include the DLC on the cartridge, I really think those are going to be worth a decent amount in the future, because when the servers go down, you're not going to be able to play Dynamax Adventures, you're not going to be able to play Crown Tundra, Isle of Armor, all of the really cool bits of the game. You won't be able to play unless you've got all the DLC on the cartridge, and there's not many cartridges out there that include the DLC on them. Most Sword and Shield games are just the base game, and then you have to download the DLC. So yeah, I think those Sword and Shield games with the DLC included, they are going to be worth a decent amount in a few decades. And it'll be similar with the Scarlet and Violet, but the problem with the Scarlet and Violet games with the DLC included is, at least my copy, it's only got half the DLC, so it's got Kitakami, but Blueberry you still have to download. I think there are copies now being produced of Scarlet and Violet with the DLC that have both of them, and I think those versions will be really expensive in the future as well. But it's kind of impossible to know which game cartridges have got all of the DLC on them. But yeah, there's just something. I'm constantly worried about game servers going down. So I do worry about game preservation. So I really, really do like having games with all of the DLC on the cartridge, which is why I loved Scarlet and Violet. I played it to death, but when the DLC came out, I didn't buy the DLC because I wanted to wait until the DLC came out all on one cartridge, and I knew that it would only be half of the DLC on the cartridge, so I held out for waiting for all of the DLC to be on the cartridge. But then it never seemed to happen, and then I cracked, and then I bought the games again with the DLC on the cartridge. But it's just half. It's just half. And yeah, exactly. Physical cartridges are the new Bitcoin. It's a new investment opportunity. But I do think that the Pokemon games that have the DLC on them, they will be worth a decent amount in the future. I can't say the same about just the base games, because I think the amount of those in circulation are huge, but there just aren't that many games out there that have got the DLC all built in. So I do think those are going to be worth something.
all about supply and demand. And to me, there'll always be a demand for playing Pokemon and playing Pokemon in the most complete way. To me, there'll always be that demand, and it's just the supply that'll dictate the price. I like economics. I never got to use my economics degree, but I do like economics.
to 1,825. 75 more encounters to go. So, fingers crossed. Ooh, hi there, James. So an outbreak event is live in Scarlet and Violet. I didn't know about that. Spinarak, Venona, and Tarantula. Very good. I know it's the Garchomp Terror Raid. I meant to... Well, no, wait. It's already finished, hasn't it? It was the weekend just gone. I meant to attempt the Garchomp Terror Raid yesterday and didn't. So I know that this weekend coming is the last opportunity for me to get the 7-star Garchomp, Mightiest Mark 1. So I think my plan for that one is I need to build up a Sinchar, because I've heard that works quite well. I'm not sure I'm not gonna have enough time to find a Spinarak, Venonat, and Tarantula. But then I think I've got a Venonat and a Tarantula already. I don't think I've got a Spinarak. But I do like those outbreak events. The increased shiny odds you get from those are really, really good. Because yeah, if you're planning a shiny only run in Scarlet and Violet, having one of those outbreaks active is really, really good. It really makes things a lot easier, which I'm all for. Oh, Tempest, so you were trying to solo Garchomp using Blastoise, but it was getting a bit too much, yeah. Oh, but you were able to win online. That's great. That is great. That is good. Yeah, I'm hoping to be able to do that next weekend. Because, yeah, I ran out of time. This weekend just gone. But yeah, congrats. Congrats. I like doing these little 7-star raids when they come along. It's there's not a lot in Pokemon that is really challenging, and I really find the 7-star raids challenging. I think maybe they're a little overtuned. They feel a little bit too difficult for me, but I think I'd rather them be a little bit too difficult than just ridiculously easy. I like that. Well, I think it's a real achievement to actually get these Mightiest Mark Pokemon, and I like the fact that it is an achievement because they are really difficult. Because it gets to a point where you're kind of forced into building a very specific Pokemon in order to beat the 7-star Terra Pokemon. Sorry, I think you can hear the root barking in the distance. Apologies for that. Yeah. Did they not? I see, I haven't actually done the Garchomp raid yet. So does Garchomp not have Sword Stance? But yeah, I didn't even know Garchomp could get Scaling Shot. That's interesting. Because I think am I right in saying that Garchomp has the rough skin ability in this one? I can't quite remember.
It's not shiny. So Daruk is barking a little bit. It's a little bit early for him. I think he's clearly saying that he wants to go for his patrol around the neighbourhood. So I'm assuming that's what he's being vocal about right now. Oh, but it's just a little bit too early. It's 20 to 4, and I can see outside it's raining as well. I think I'd rather wait for it to stop raining before I take them. Yeah. So James, so it's turn 0 move is Breaking Swipe, then Sword Stance, then Liquidation, and it has Earthquake, Poison Jab, and Fire Fang. Yeah, I have trouble with autocorrect as well. Ah, right, I see. So it's one of those moves that so Tempest. So Sword Stance is only one of those moves that get used at very, very specific points in the raid based on Garchomp's hit point percentage. So yeah, how far along you are in the raid. It's a scripted event that he uses it. That makes sense. And that's quite lucky, because yeah, if it could just spam Sword Stance, it would probably be even more difficult, I would imagine. So yeah, I'm looking forward to giving that a go this coming weekend, so I'm hoping that goes well. Like I say, I think I'm gonna go the Sinis char route, because I've seen people have success with that. Yeah, I could imagine Tempest. Yeah, I could imagine it being almost impossible if he was able to just spam Sword Stance. But I guess there's always ways around it. It's the type of thing that if you just go in there with a strong Pokemon, you will get obliterated. But no matter what the opposing Pokemon does, and this is the good thing about Pokemon, there's always a Pokemon that can counter it. You know, out of the thousands of Pokemon that there are, the thousands of type combinations, the thousands of abilities and moves, there's always going to be one Pokemon that could, completely negate it. So yeah, I could imagine if it was spamming Sword Stance that you'd want to swap its ability to Contrary, maybe, so that every time it tried to use Sword Stance, it would just end up lowering its attack. There's always something you can do, isn't it? But it's about knowing what the best way to deal with them. And well done, James, on the Blueberry Academy quests. So you're already 2 biomes down, so just 2 to go. Yeah, you're almost there. And then you've unlocked all of the starters. I like that. I like knowing that all of the starter Pokemon are roaming around the Blueberry Academy. It's nice. Interesting. I can't remember. I mean, I did Swampert, because I know that I've got it in my Pokemon boxes. But I can't remember the raid too much. But Tempest, you're saying that the Swampert's moveset was not great, and that they went out of their way to just make it a little bit easier, which might be the case. I see. So it's more about, yeah, the type of attacks that Swampert had. Yeah, so Swampert has a higher attack than special attack, but it didn't lean into that, so it didn't have moves that would further increase its attack. And it didn't even use many physical attacks, it relied on its special. Instead, interesting, I don't remember that, I don't remember it. But in general, I do like these 7-star raids. They have been fun. I especially liked the Mew and the Mewtwo one that they did, where they gave you a free Mew, and the Mew was generally quite a decent, or they made the Mew quite a good counter to the Mewtwo. I can't remember if they buffed the Mew. They did something to the Mew to make it a decent choice against the Mewtwo Terror Raid, which I thought was a nice touch. And it's the type of thing I wish they did more of. And James, good luck on that Piplup outbreak. I think I might choose a... Oh, I've already chosen a Piplup. Oh, my Piplup is not shiny. But I hope you can get a shiny Piplup. Yeah, I love the outbreaks. That's I hadn't thought of that, Tempest, but that probably is something that they could do, right? So when Scarlet and Violet life cycle comes to an end, they should make the various 7-star raids a kind of permanent addition to the raid pool through an update or something. That would be good. James, how does hunting outbreak work? Oh, I can't remember the exact number. So you want to auto battle, so you want to send out your Pokemon to kill Pokemon of that species within the outbreak, and then what you want to do is you want to look out for messages in the top of the screen. The first message that comes up will say something, I can't remember what, and that's usually around the 25 to 30 Pokemon killed mark. You get the first message saying the outbreak is starting to thin out. It's something along those lines. Then you keep auto battling until the second message comes up on the screen that says the numbers are definitely getting less. Something to that effect. And that is again in about 25 to 30. So I think you end up knocking out about 50 to 60 Pokemon roughly. And then by that, at that point, you stop knocking out Pokemon and you just run around until you find a shiny. You know, spawning and despawning them. So maybe run away to get rid of the spawn, run back. Oh, James, you wait until the third message. Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Tempest, so that's what they did for the G-Max raids. Ah, I didn't know that, actually. Because I did see the G-Max raids. Because I think I started... I'm trying to think now. But yeah, it's good that if they did that for Sword and Shield, then that would suggest they would probably do that for Scarlet and Violet. So you'd hope so. You would hope so. And Kaplan says, yeah, you kill 60, then you save and you keep reloading until you get the shiny. I've never tried saving and reloading. I just generally run away
make them despawn and then run back. But I guess there's different ways of doing it. And I agree, Capron, yeah. If you make a sandwich as well, then the shiny odds stack. So I'm just on Cerebi. So yeah, you knock out the first approximately 30, and then after you've knocked out about 30, your odds drop from 1, your base odds of 1 in 4,096, assuming you don't have the shiny charm. Your odds drop from that, all basically half, all the way down to 2,048. And then if you keep knocking them out, all the way up to 60. So if you knock another 30 out, then your odds go down to 1 in 1,365. Which you can then increase those odds in the normal way through either a shiny charm or sandwiches. I do think it's just 2 messages, so that you're going to get a first message around the 30 mark, and then you're going to get a second message around the 60 mark, I would have thought. But yeah, like Capperman says, if you want to just keep track, and after you've killed 60, then that should be as good at odds as you're going to get, I think. Yeah, James. I would make that sandwich first, because I think that will help. That would be quite funny, Calamari. Yeah, the messages that pop up. Going from the outbreak is getting thinner, there's definitely less of them, all the way down to they're just extinct. They've gone. You've gone too far. You were in a mad spree, and you went too far, and they're extinct now. Think about what you've done. That would be quite funny. One more reset, I think, and then
then I think I'm going to take a break, because Daruk is calm now, but he's... I can kind of sense that he's on the edge. I'm pretty sure he knows that it's about 4 o'clock. So after this encounter, I'll take a break. It will probably be for half an hour, because they'll have to have their full patrol of the neighbourhood. We'll have to go around the block, and then afterwards they'll have their meal, and then we'll be back. And then we're back for the last 3 hours, I suppose, which will be... I'm terrible with maths. What are we on? How many more encounters are we going to be doing? 67? So after this, it'll be 66 more encounters. And yeah, I don't know if you can hear that. He's ready. So we'll just do this encounter. You don't have to wait long, I promise. And no problem at all, Karamari. Good night. Thank you for joining. It's been lovely having you here. And I will catch you later. Thank you for the shiny look. And because of the time difference, you might not be able to catch my streams. That's fine. But I mean, and then after that, I'll be on a break. So, I mean, what may end up happening is, when I'm on a break, I won't have time to stream, but I'll probably have time to catch other streamers. So I'll probably end up watching a lot of Wayfarer's streams if Wayfarer is streaming over that period of time. So I may end up seeing you in Wayfarer's streams. Oh, it's not shiny. Okay, so... going to take a break here, and thank you everyone that has joined so far. So if you're not here when I get back, have a wonderful rest of your day, and take care, and I will be back in about half an hour with some relaxed and well-fed pooches, and we'll do the last 66 encounters. Okay. See you in a bit. Bye, everyone. Okay, I am back. Pop that in the chat. So my pugs have been walked. We've been around the block. It had stopped raining, thankfully, so the pugs were happy enough to go out. They've had their evening meal. They've had their little biscuits for dessert. Shinx has not needed to be revived. And I think I'm pretty much ready to do the last 66 encounters for this stream. So that will probably take me about 3 hours, which will bring us to about 7:30 UK time, and that's probably when I'll end the stream, which should bring us to 1,900 encounters. And thank you, Tempest King. Thank you. It is good to be back. We will see. It would be amazing if I could get the shiny in these last 66 encounters today. I was really hoping I'd get it this weekend, but we'll see. On my midweek streams, so when I stream probably on Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, I tend to stream for about 2.5 hours, and I'm able to do about 50 encounters. So by Wednesday evening I should be reaching 2,000 encounters. I think that's the plan. And then by Thursday that'll probably bring me close to 2,050, and then that's more or less half odds, which works out quite nicely. So I think by the end of Thursday, which will be when I take my fairly long break, I should have reached half odds. yeah, how's everyone doing? Has anyone got their own shiny hunts going or anything? How's everyone else's days and evenings going? Oh, that's cool, Deb. So you went to buy a ring in a market. Nice. What? I don't know too much about jewelry, but what type of ring was it? And that's nice. That is nice. Yeah, it's nice to find a streamer that doesn't have many views, because I can tell you, as someone who very recently only had 1 or 2 views most of the time, it means so much if someone just one extra person joins in with those type of things. So that's quite nice of you, Deb. To have watched another streamer with that many views. I think that's quite nice. Because I would imagine that would have given them quite a bit of encouragement. So he's playing Pokemon as well, but playing Pokemon Unite. Yeah, I've never played that, but it does look very interesting, and I like the selection of Pokemon available. Apologies, not quite. Oh, Daruk is barking at the window, so he's seen something outside. Apologies for that. But yeah, the selection of Pokemon in Pokemon Unite looks pretty good. I like how they're constantly updating the roster as well. So there's a lot of things I quite like about it. But I've never played a game like it. I don't think I'd be very good at it. It looks a little frantic. Well, I say that. It looks a little frantic to play. In order to watch, I think it's quite nice to watch. So, yeah. That sounds interesting. And I bet it's a lot more difficult to stream as well. Whereas, because I think I've got it pretty easy with this, all I'm doing is pressing one button and I'm just resetting it over and over again, which means I can focus a lot more of my attention on either my dogs or the chat. Whereas if you've got something like Unite, where there's loads of things going on at once, it must be way more difficult to stream and keep up with the chat and all that type of thing. So that's, I don't know, I respect people that are able to do that, because it must be tricky. So you gave it a go, but with all the new additions, where yeah, I would imagine, and again, I don't know too much about it, but I would imagine if the game's constantly being updated with new characters and things like that, which characters are best and which characters are the meta would be changing all the time. So I can imagine it would be quite a tricky one to stay on top of and stay up to date, and yeah, I could imagine it would be a bit tricky. Hey, Carrot. How are you doing? Did you mention you were gonna stream? You were gonna give a bit of streaming a go today. How's that gone? Ah, not today. Fair enough, fair enough. Ah, yeah. It does take a bit of setup, actually. Yeah, and there's never any rush to do something like that. It's best to get things all straightened out and nice and prepared. So that makes sense to me. But yeah, good luck when you do start. And when you do start, I will try and keep an eye out for it as well. Ah, Carrot, so you're still deciding which game? I mean, it would just depend on what... I would say it would depend on what interests you the most. So just think about what you would like to watch. Because that's how I've basically framed this. So I would say just imagine the type of thing that you would like to watch. So what game would you most like to watch, and what game do you enjoy playing, and go with that, I would say. Because if it's a game that you enjoy, and if it's a game that you enjoy watching, then I can guarantee there will be other people who feel exactly the same. So I think it's all about just doing something that you enjoy doing. And if you keep doing that, then there will be people who also enjoy it. So, you're thinking either the
endless resets in run and bun, or the too many types. Yeah, I mean, it's whatever you think is best. I don't know too much about those. I don't know too much about, the fan-made games in general. So I would say I would go with the one that you enjoy the most. That's what I would go for. Yeah, I remember hearing about that, the Team Rocket one. Yeah, that does sound interesting. Yeah, out of all of them, that would have been the one I would have been most interested in. But I think it just depends on what you want to do. So I think that's the most important opinion. What game will you enjoy the most playing? Because if you're enjoying it, then I think it's more likely that's going to come through when you're actually playing it and potentially streaming it. And I think it's also just likely to end up with a better end result as well if it's a game that you enjoy and that you're passionate about, I think. But I remember hearing about the Team Rocket version of the game where you play as Team Rocket and you go around stealing Pokemon from other trainers. It does sound quite funny. And what's my favourite Pokemon game on Switch? It's a good question. I mean, it's between... apologies. I think Daruk can hear motorcycles outside, the Harley-Davidson kind that have the loud engine. He's not particularly happy about that, so apologies if you can hear him barking. My favourite Pokemon game on Switch would be, I think, Arceus. I think that's my favourite. My favourite mainline Pokemon game is definitely Scarlet and Violet. I love those. There's a lot I love about both of those games. And oh, that's like the second crash. That's a different crash though, but oh, that's not good. Okay. Anyway. What was I saying? Yeah, I think my favourite game is probably Arceus, followed by Scarlet and Violet, and I'm hoping it's a good sign that my favourite Pokemon games on Switch are the two most recent games that have been published. I'm hoping that shows that Pokemon's going in a good direction. We'll see. But yeah, I was very, very surprised at how experimental Pokemon got with Legends Arceus.
and I'm hoping that continues with Legend ZA. And I liked how ambitious Pokemon was with Scarlet and Violet, and again, I hope that continues in the next generation, because I do feel that Pokemon is due a few, changes. It does feel like Pokemon has stayed very... It stuck very, very closely to its roots for a very long time. And Tempest, yeah, I'd forgot about Champions, but that's another good sign, isn't it? That's a good... I like how many Pokemon will be available in it, and all of the mechanics are going to be in there, and that's a good sign as well. So yeah, I like to look on the positive side of anything, and yeah, to me, a lot of the recent Pokemon games are going in the right direction. Are they there yet? Are they the perfect game? Probably not, but you can see where they're trying to get to, and I at least appreciate that after decades of very, very small iterations on the same idea. It's nice that they're taking a few more risks, or that it at least feels like they are. And Carrot, yeah, exactly. A lot of the fights in Arceus were a challenge for me. I definitely struggled with quite a few of the boss fights. Those noble Pokemon really did a number on me quite a few times, and it's nice that it's good to get your it's good to get beaten up every now and again, is what I should say. Because it teaches you to be better. Games should be a challenge. I think it's nice to overcome a difficult challenge in a game. So yeah, I definitely like that about Arceus. You felt under threat when you were walking through the environment in Arceus, and which you never felt under threat in any of the other Pokemon games. You felt annoyed in some of the old Pokemon games when you were trying to go through some of the caves and you encounter Zubat after Zubat after Zubat, but that's not challenging, that's just annoying. Whereas Arceus, it genuinely felt challenging. Pokemon could chase you, could knock you down. You were the one who could faint rather than your Pokemon. Yeah, I liked it. So we'll see. We will see. It's not shiny. Alas. So what's that? 57 more encounters? Yeah, 57. So the streamer that you saw, Deb, had 0. Yeah. And you're simultaneously in both streams. That's nice. That's nice. Yeah, Tempest. Yeah, I think that's fair. It does feel like that, doesn't it? It feels like maybe the experimental, weird battle mechanics and play style
might be where you might be the experience of Legends. The definitive competitive battle scene might be where you go. It might, you would go to Champions for that type of thing, and then you might go to the main series for the more typical experience. I am hoping that the main series does take some of the mechanics that work really well in the Legends games, though. I am, because as much as I enjoy the Legends games, and I do, I do want the main series to be a bit like that as well. So I'm just hoping that the main series borrows some of the ideas that work really well in the Legends games. Not shiny. Okay. Alright, 56 more. Yes, Deb, exactly. I'm going to be getting to 1,900 today, and that'll be it. That will bring me very close to around 7:30, I think, that's when I need to start getting the dogs ready and doing some things around the house. So, yeah. And that's a good point, Tempest. Yeah, the main series, I would imagine, will be where you go to team build. And yeah, probably Shiny Hunt as well. I get the impression that Champions might just be a battle simulator. I'd be surprised if they allow you to train your Pokemon, but who knows? Who knows? Yeah, I only say that because I've heard that it will be available on mobiles as well, and I can't get my head around how you'd be able to do much more than just battle on a mobile device, but I'm not sure. It would be cool if you could do more than that, than just battle. But even if it is just battling, it still sounds really good. I like the idea. I like any game that allows you to have access to all of the Pokemon. I do think it's been a bit of a shame that they don't do that anymore. That the main series games don't have all of the Pokemon in them. I do feel like that's a bit of a shame. Yeah, Tempest. I would love it if it was like Battle Revolution. I was a big fan of Battle Revolution. I particularly used to like the announcer on Battle Revolution. I thought that added quite a bit to the battle. Just having the in-game announcer call out all the moves that are being used, and I liked it. It was a nice touch. And Deb, for you, you'd like to play a new game with a new story. Yeah, I think I get the impression for the story, that's gonna have to be the Legends games or the new generation ones. And like I say, I thought the Scarlet and Violet had a pretty good story. Legends not so much, but I will say I don't actually think I followed the story particularly closely in Legends. I think I just skipped a bit. It didn't grip me. It certainly didn't grip me, because I couldn't, if you asked me to explain what the story was in Arceus, I wouldn't be able to answer you. I'd be able to say that we fell through a time hole, we got kicked out of the village, and then we battled some legendary Pokemon. That's about all I could follow on that story. I think I do need to play it again and really try to absorb that story, but it did not sink in for me. Which is I think it's more a reflection on me than the game. And yeah, Tempest. Yeah, I think a lot of the appeal of those early battle simulators, like Pokemon, Pokemon Colosseum and Battle Revolution, and what were the games on the N64 called? There was two of them. But yeah, I think the appeal of those is just seeing the big powerful Pokemon battling each other in 3D, battling against each other. That was the draw. Yeah, I quite liked it. Yeah, I'm surprised if my description of the plot of Arceus sounded similar to you, because I think I really butchered it. I can't imagine a worse summary of the plot than what I just did there. That was it, Pokemon Stadium. Thank you, Tempest. Yes, yeah. I think the main draw of those is just seeing those fights in 3D, which is less of a thing now that we actually have. We get to see them in 3D battling normally. But yeah, I think having a specific game just for battling, I think it has the opportunity to really make that dramatic and really concentrate on the animations, on making it all look good, which I'm looking forward to. So Tempest, it's kind of hard to keep the battles equal. Palkia in the Sun would probably be able to beat Groudon with a Fire Blast. I'm not sure. Well, I think so. I mean, that's part of the reason why I really like having Terra types, because you could even if you're facing off against an opponent that you're really weak to, You put a different terror type on to make you defensive against it, and then suddenly the tables can turn, which is why I really quite like having, you know, terror types, which hopefully champions would have. So, and even if not all battles will ever be equal. I mean, I think that's just, I don't think Pokemon's ever tried to make all the Pokemon equal. There's always going to be ones that are stronger than the other. But I think what Pokemon often tries to do is give some of the Pokemon that may not have the best stats some kind of niche use. So there will be some niche use case where even a relatively weaker Pokemon actually might be the right choice. It's why I really respect the competitive scene, because you see all these crazy combination of teams and how they interact together, and it works in a way that I would never be able to anticipate. So I've got a lot of respect for the team building side of it that the competitive scene has, because it's such a creative way of utilizing and taking advantage of the many different Pokemon there are. It's impressive. And exactly. I get the impression that Terra is a bit of a game changer, is a good way to put it. Because my understanding, my experience of Megas and Gmax, it is more of an appearance, more of just a stat boost, but that's pretty much it. Whereas Terra, you never know where you stand, and especially if you're fighting against someone who you don't know what Terra type the opponent might have. It really puts you on edge. You're never 100% certain how the battle's going to go, which I do like. And I think that as well, Tempest. I think I noticed in the trailer seeing Mega and Terra. So I would agree with you. In my head, I was thinking that would also mean Gmax, and I don't know too much about Z moves, but yes, I would imagine they would make an appearance as well. So yeah. Z moves, is that the gimmick from Sun and Moon? I'm not sure. Again, I haven't played those ones, but I like the opportunity of being able to play around with gimmicks like that. And Deb, Deb, the thing that you would really like, so a game that has all of those gimmicks all in one. Tempest is right. It seems like that's exactly what Champions is going to be. So from the trailer, it looks like it's going to be a battle simulator that, in my opinion, and I don't know if it's been confirmed, but I think it's going to have access to all of the Pokemon available. And from the trailer, it looks like all of the gimmicks from the previous generations will be there as well. It'll be really interesting. Again, I don't know if it's something I'll be able to get involved in, because, as I say, competitive is just, I have a lot of respect for the people that do it, but I just don't have any experience in it, and I don't think I'd be very good at it. But I probably would have fun, which I think is the main thing. But yeah, it looks so interesting, I think. And you're right, Tempest. So Megas, it's not just a stat boost. It obviously can have a big impact. any boost of any kind can have a big impact. But yeah, for me, there's something about Terra that when we go into the new generation of games, and I'm sure we will lose Terra in the next generation. I think I will be a bit sad because I have enjoyed just not really knowing what to expect from the opponent's Pokemon, which with previous gimmicks I never had that uncertainty. With the previous gimmicks, you know, I would imagine Megas and Gmax, there's going to be an impact of them doing it, but it's an impact that you can prepare for and you can calculate. Whereas if the opponent's got a Terra type that, you know, and you haven't been told what that Terra type is, it's really hard to prepare for, and it can really swing a battle in a crazy direction, in a crazy, unexpected direction, and I'm gonna miss that. Yeah, so okay, Tempest. Yeah, I don't know too much about Zedmove. So they are from Sun and Moon, but it seems that if you use Necrozma's Zedmove, then it can reach its Ultra form. I don't know too much about that, and I'd like to see it. I like I've dabbled with Pokemon cards previously, and I remember having a Pokemon card of a Dawn Wings Necrozma, which I think is like a Necrozma fused with a Lunala, and that's a really cool design. I like that. I don't know what Necrozma's Ultra form is. In fact, let me Google that. Because again, I'm showing my lack of knowledge because I don't know what that one is. Necrozma Ultra. Oh, that does look different, doesn't it? That's very different. Interesting. Yeah, that isn't what I was expecting. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, without those things, then you kind of miss out. So, yeah, interesting. So yeah, I am glad that it seems like Champions is going to fix that. You know, there's been a whole series of games where players haven't been able to use certain Pokemon. I don't know too much about them because I haven't really played those games, but I'm aware that those elemental monkeys, so Simisear and Pansage and whatnot, none of those have made an appearance on the Switch. So, you know, in 2 generations, nobody's been able to use those Pokemon. So, it'll be nice to at least have a game available where all of the Pokemon are available. So Tempest, yeah. So Dawnwings and Duskmane are really cool. Yeah, they did a lot of good designs with Necrozma. Yeah, it seems that way. Yeah. And that does sound powerful. So if it's taking on the role that Mewtwo used to have, then Ultra Necrozma does sound powerful in that case. and Mello. Good to see you. And yeah, funnily enough, I've just seen it now. I'm just reading it. So I've got it on my phone, but I haven't actually read the whole thing. I've only got up to as far. I've got your message from your post, but I've only got as far as the first line. So I'm just reading it now. Bear with me. Hold on. Ah, there you go. So you were searching for a Paris, but you found a shiny Geodude. It's never a bad thing to find a shiny, really. That's good. That is good. It's always good to get a shiny, even if it's not the one you were aiming for. It's still good. But I mean, it means you can still go for that Paris. What catch combo did you get up to on Paris before you found the shiny? Before you found the shiny Geodude? Because I think you'd be able to get that catch combo back it's not too bad. I feel like Paris's spawn rate it's not atrocious. And not a problem at all, Deb. Not a problem. I'll catch you later. But yeah, Mello, really, yeah, congrats on the shiny. You are overdue some shiny luck. So it's good that you're getting some shinies now. I think it's a good sign. That's not bad. So you got to a catch combo of 42 before the Geodude turned up unexpectedly. That's not bad. That's not bad. And your goal, yeah, I think it needs to be a lot higher than that, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah. So remind me again. Have you got the shiny charm on this new Switch, this new playthrough? Because I hope so. Because that makes a really important difference. It's really good to get the shiny charm in those games. And that's good. Yes, you've already got it. Perfect. Yeah, then that makes sense. I think that's the right idea. I think, yeah, level up Golem enough, and that yeah. I mean, surely that's a better Pokemon to take on Zapdos with than the Paris. I mean, yeah. That feels like a better option anyway, so that would be good. I think that'll be great. You're gonna end up resisting or being immune to most of the things that Zapdos tries to do. Which is, I can't remember if Zapdos has Roost or not. Because that's the most frustrating thing in those Let's Go games, where you try to knock them out, but they keep healing, and you've only got a very defined time limit to do it. Ah, you wanted it because of Spore. Yeah. Yeah, not sure. It used to be really important. In the old games, it used to be really important to, you know, put a legendary to sleep or false swipe it or whatnot. But in the Let's Go games, you just got to knock it out. So I reckon Golem is the better option, really. So yeah, I think you'll be in a good position to get that Zapdos. That's a good moveset. That's a very good moveset. Yeah. Yeah, if I were you, yeah, just toxic stall, and I think you'd win. Yeah, that's really good. That's really good. Yeah, if I don't know if Protect is a TM in those games, but if you were fighting, if it was just for a battle with Zapdos, I'd be tempted to swap out Self-Destruct for Protect, and then just try and toxic stall until it dies, and then you can catch it. Shiny. So we've got 46 more goes. You do spy a pug, yeah. Yeah, Daruka's just jumped up. I'm trying to get him to look in the camera. And he is doing so. Nope. There you go. Yeah, Mifa is behind him. And Mifa's fast asleep. But Daruka's there. Yeah, I'm just waving my hand behind the camera so that he looks at the camera. He's adorable. And Deb, welcome back, welcome back. We're still searching for the shiny. I'll be streaming for another couple of hours, just going through 46 more encounters now before I reach 1,900.
think Mifa's woken up as well. Mifa's looking at the camera as well. No, she's gone back to sleep. Not interested. And Deb, you think the shiny will appear on 1901? Well, that would mean that I get it on tomorrow's stream. So yeah, I'll be streaming tomorrow, but it will only be a 2-hour stream tomorrow. So I'll probably be starting tomorrow's stream around about this time tomorrow. So you know, it's about 5:30 here in the UK now. So I will probably be starting it around between 5 and 5:30 tomorrow. And I try to get through about 50 encounters when I do midweek streams. So encounter 1901 will be around this time tomorrow, I think. Mellow, yeah, and it's never a problem if you need to pop in or out. No, I mean, just the fact that you've popped in and said hello, that is more than enough. It's always nice having you here, so thank you very much. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, if you need to work on a gift, then that comes first. That's nice. That's really nice. That's I've got to be honest, that's really nice. So I am not that good of a friend. It would never occur to me to do something like that, and I think that is really nice. That is a nice thing to do. You know, to show how important someone is in your life, to you know, go out of your way to work on a gift. That's even better. But to just give a gift like that to a friend who means something, that's really important. That's really nice. So good on you. Yeah, please do that, because that sounds really important. You should do that. And Deb, so it'll be around about 9 or 10. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. Oh. Let's do that. We'll do Chimchar this time. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, so I suppose it's about 10 where you are. So I think, yeah, it'll probably be around 9:30, 10, I think, when I start tomorrow's stream. I always worry when Daruk tries to clean himself whilst he's sat on that stool, because I do feel like he's going to fall off. I mean, he won't fall very far because it's very close to the ground, but it's a very small footstool, and he's not the most coordinated of dogs. He's prone to falling off things. And that's great, Deb. Yeah. I will look forward to seeing you then. So yeah, I should be streaming tomorrow and Wednesday, and I think I should be streaming on Thursday as well.
just for a couple of hours each time. Just for 50 encounters each time, really. It'll probably take me just over 2 hours. So, oh, is the Shinx gone? I can't tell. Yeah, the Shinx is pretty much gone. Yeah, Daruk has used Tail Whip, I think, and has knocked out the Shinx. I mean, Shinx lasted a very long time. We are 8 hours into this stream, and the Shinx has survived all that time. It looks like it's now, yeah. I mean, the Shinx is still on the stool, but he's no longer on his feet. I think that counts as a knockout. I think Shinx has been knocked out, unfortunately. And Shinx is not going to get a revive for the rest of the stream, so Shinx did not survive. Alas. Maybe Shinx will survive the next stream. He used Iron Tail. Yeah, it could have been Iron Tail as well. I don't remember teaching Iron Tail to Daruk, but I think he may have learned it through a TM, perhaps. Yeah, exactly. Max Revive. A Max Revive would do it. Yeah. I just don't have any. It'll have to wait until the end of the stream. Then I'll be able to use a Max Revive on Shinx. Shinx will always return. Shinx will always come back. And Shinx will come back stronger than ever. It just depends on whether the poochers have leveled up as well. Teach Shinx Discharge. Hope the Pugs are not ground type. No. I couldn't do that to my Pugs. The only move that Shinx has, I've deleted all of Shinx's moves, apart from Glare. So you will notice that when Shinx is revived, Shinx is glaring. Shinx does not blink. Shinx glares at the camera. So Shinx knows glare, but that's the only move that Shinx knows. So there's no risk of Shinx using Discharge or Thunderbolt or anything like that. So just to let everyone know, my Pugs are safe. Don't call animal services. They're not in danger of electrocution, I promise. Yeah, the only move that Shinx has is glare. So my Pugs are in a safe environment, I promise. exactly. Yeah, I do think my Pugs know some impressive moves. I mean, you've already seen Iron Tail in action, and I agree. I think Daruk knows Howl to increase attack, and I think he knows Growl as well. I've heard him growl, so I think he knows Growl. And I think his bark is an attempt at roar, so I think he's very close to learning roar as well. It's not shiny. Okay, so 41 more. And I would agree, yeah. I think my Pugs perhaps are normal and steel type, which is quite an interesting combination. It would make them 4 times weak to fighting, which makes sense. My Pugs don't like fighting. They're not fighting dogs. Though part of me thinks they're probably more likely to be fairy. If they were any type, I think my Pugs would be fairy type because they're adorable. That makes sense. Yeah, so after they evolve, maybe they get the fairy typing. That might be it. Yeah, I'm fairly certain they've got some fairy type moves as well. I think they might know Cute Charm. So there's definitely some fairy typing going on. Yeah, I mean, I think their typing might be normal/fairy. Because I think even though they know Iron Tail, I think it might just be a case of, you know, like Pikachu can learn Iron Tail, but Pikachu isn't a steel type. I don't think they're a steel type. I think they're normal fairy. That's what I think, if I had to type them. But fairy and steel would be a very good combination. Attract, Encore, yeah. Those could very conceivably be them. Attract, I think, yeah, that's a good one. Although I will say, having been around them in close quarters, you know, having them on my lap and, you know, sleeping, you know, they sleep on top of on our bed when we're sleeping. I happen to know that they probably know a poison type move as well. I think they probably know poison gas. I'm sure I've smelt some awful things coming from those pooches. So I think they may know one particular poison type move. They're very gassy dogs. Oh, of course. Of course they know rest. That's their number one move, isn't it? I can't believe I forgot that. Yeah, good one, Deb. Yes. Yeah, they definitely know rest, and they definitely know poison gas. Rest is, yeah. Oh, I can't believe I didn't think of that. Yeah, rest is the number one move in their type, in their move pool. Absolutely. Yeah, can't believe I didn't think of rest. That is the move that I think suits them best, actually. They do appear to have quite a few moves, don't they? Yeah. But yeah, if I had to get it down to 4, rest would be the number one. Rest would be the number one. I think poison gas would be another. I think Iron Tail is a good one. And yeah, maybe Howl. Growl. Oh, maybe Growl. I think they would have Growl. Yeah, so I think Daruk in particular, I think Daruk would have Rest, Poison Gas, Iron Tail, and Growl. That would be Daruk's moveset. Mifa, maybe not Growl, so I think Mifa would have Rest. Mifa definitely would have Poison Gas. I think maybe Mifa would have Tail Wag rather than Iron Tail. And the last move that Mifa might have, I think Mifa might have Attract. So I think Mifa is more of a support Pokemon, and I think Daruk is the physical sweeper. Not shiny. So we've got 38 more. I should teach them Protect. Yeah, that would keep them safer. If I was going to teach Protect to anyone, maybe I should teach Protect to Shinx, so that Shinx has Glare and Protect. Because then, at least the Pugs are still not in danger, but it also means that maybe Protect could mean that Shinx hangs on a bit more. So I may teach Protect to Shinx. Well, that's it, Deb. Exactly. I think, and I think that may be why Shinx just ends up fainting sometimes. Yeah, I think maybe it just keeps using Protect too many times, and it's it gets risky at that point if you've already successfully used it once. But it is a bit of a gamble, as you say. But I will say, at least Shinx has stayed on the footstool. He's fallen over, but he's clinging on at least, which I think is impressive. Oh, that's a good point. I hadn't considered that. Because yeah, you don't want Shinx to run out of PP. Because otherwise, yeah, it will use struggle. But I also want to make sure that my Pugs are safe. So yeah, Glare and Protect. What other moves can I teach Shinx? Maybe Leah? I think Leah and Glare both work. And I think Leah has a very high amount of power points. So I think Leah, Glare, Protect, and Yeah, I'm assuming Charmander's an autocorrect there, but I think Protect, Glare, and Leer are good, definitely. I would say the last move is probably Charm, because I think Shinx is quite charming. Charm. Oh yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, exactly. Charm. That makes sense. Yeah. Because in my head I was kind of thinking that as well. So I think that works well. I think Shinx's moveset is exactly what you've put there. Protect, Glare, Leer, and Charm. Yeah. I think Daruk's, if I can remember, would be Rest, Poison Gas, Iron Tail, and Growl. And I think Mifa's would be Rest, Poison Gas, Tail Whip, and Attract. I think those are the movesets of Shinx and my Pugs. Which I think that's balanced. I think that gives Shinx a chance at holding on until the end of the stream. I mean, Shinx has not managed it this time, but maybe next stream. Possibly. That could be their moveset. Mifa doesn't growl, really. Daruk does growl. Mifa doesn't growl so much. She'll bark every now and again, but she doesn't growl. Daruk does growl. But I do agree that Daruk's moveset could be Howl, definitely. Yeah, attract instead of growl. Yeah, I think that works. I think that works better for her. I think so.
Ooh, abilities. I hadn't thought of that. I'm not sure. Ooh. That might be more difficult. I can't think of abilities that would suit the dogs. Do you have any ideas? I'm trying to think, because my pugs are not intimidating. If there was like an opposite to intimidate, they might have that ability, where like the opposite of intimidate. I can't think what abilities they might have. Because, at the moment, Mifa is shedding a lot of fur. So I feel like, I might be wrong, I think there's an ability like cotton spore or something like that. Something that is to do with, like, fluff coming off a Pokemon and slowing down an opponent. Let me just have a look about if that is a thing. Because if that is a thing, then I think that would be Mifa's ability. Or is Cotton Spore a move and not an ability? Yeah, it's a move, it's not an ability. No, okay, Cotton Spore doesn't work. Although that could be a move that she has. Because, yeah, like I say, she is shedding a lot at the moment. Fluff is coming out everywhere. Shed skin could be, but it does sound a bit grim, doesn't it? Because it's not really her skin that's shedding; it's her fur. Because I think it is probably quite close, but it sounds a bit gross to me. And Mifa's not gross. Let me have a look for more. If my dogs were any good at playing fetch, then there's an ability called Ball Fetch, which I think Yamper might have, which would make sense, but unfortunately, my dogs are terrible and will not play fetch with me no matter what. So Cloud9 might be one. I think that's the one that Psyduck has, and I think that's just based on Psyduck being a bit dopey and unaware. Unaware! Okay, unaware makes sense to me, actually. Unaware is definitely an ability. And I think I would say Mifa might be unaware. Daruk less so, because as I say, when the dogs hear something outside, Daruk is hyper aware and will freak out. But Mifa, Mifa will react for a few seconds if Daruk is reacting, but then after that she just gets bored and just goes back to sleep. I think unaware might be Mifa's ability. I'm just looking. Unnerve. Ooh, that's interesting. What does unnerve might be good? Let me look at what unnerve does. Makes the foe nervous and unable to eat berries. Possibly. That's a good one. That's a good option, I think, for Daruk. Okay, so... Oh, that didn't reset it. So, 31 more attempts. 31. And Tempest King, I am also very glad that Scarlet and Violet are getting that. I think that will, yeah, that hopefully will fix a lot of the problems that Scarlet and Violet have. Hopefully. But I think the thing I'm most looking forward to is just the fact that more Pokemon will be able to spawn on the screen at the same time, so that'll have like the biggest impact on shiny hunting. So for me, that's the biggest benefit to it. But what I'm hoping the most is just that these loading screens go a little faster on the Switch too. That's what I'm really hoping for. And Deb, yeah, oh, held items. I don't think my dogs have held items. They're not very good with held items. And do I think Castle Royal Lake will still lag? I think that will be the biggest test. Well, I think that, and is it Artisan that's got the windmill and all the sunflowers running around? I think yeah, those two areas will be where you'd probably see the biggest difference. So, I mean, who knows? Who knows? Yeah, I like the yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to the increased spawns on Scarlet and Violet.
So Deb. The Shinx, yeah. What ability would the Shinx have? I think it may have to have Intimidate. I think it'd have to be that. Something not too drastic. I think that would work. And yeah, the windmills. The frame rate on those windmills was a bit distracting, I found. But yeah, I mean, any improvement they can do to them, I think will be well received. And I'm glad that they're not making people pay for the update to fix the game, because I think that would have gone down very poorly if they tried to do what they've done for Zelda Breath of the Wild. Add a tiny bit of content, but really charging people to fix a broken game. I could imagine that not going down very well. So I'm glad that they've at least done it as a free update. And Deb, yeah, that works. Rivalry, that would work. I think that would work. We'll have to see. On the next stream, I'll make sure that Shinx has all of those moves, and we'll see. Yeah, no, I agree, Tempest. I think, well, when I play Scarlet and Violet on a playthrough, it's when I'm gathering the Sunflora. To me, that's the only time on the game where it actually becomes difficult to play the game for me at that point. Because I don't really notice Casseroya Lake that much. Like, I know that it does lag, because I've heard from a lot of people that it lags, but I don't notice it too much. Maybe because there's so much going on that I just don't notice it, so I can kind of look past that. But gathering the Sunflora, it makes it difficult to actually navigate around that town once you've got a few of the Sunflora all following you, moving at the same time. The game, yeah, it gets really, for me, it gets really difficult to play on that one. So I am hoping that they do improve it. But yeah, I think Daruk was just using his growl move just then. But yeah, I think Rivalry or Intimidate works well for Shinx. Okay. So, is that 28 more? 28 more, yep.
Immunity. Ooh. I don't know that. I don't know that ability actually. Never heard of that one. I didn't know about that. Interesting. That sounds like a pretty good ability, to be honest. But yeah, I think that works as well. I think they all work, really. Yeah, I think maybe immunity works better, because I don't, now I'm thinking about it, I don't think Shinx is particularly intimidating. At least mine isn't. Looks a bit too adorable. Yeah, and maybe not rivalry either. So yeah, immunity I think probably fits it best, I think. Oh, yeah, I didn't realise that. I can't imagine it being useless in battles, though. Because that sounds like really good if it's not affected by status moves. But yeah, I think that's an ability that Shinx can have. Okay, we got 27 more encounters. Oh, I see. It's just for poison. Fair enough. Well, I think it still works for Shinx. I think that's a. apologies for that. Daruk is practicing his roar. But yeah, I think that works well for Shinx. But yeah, spikes and things like that. Yeah, when I do a playthrough, I quite like using entry hazards like spikes and toxic spikes and what's that stone one called? Can't remember. But yeah, I do like messing around with entry hazards on a team. I find that quite a fun way to play. Oh, that's a nice balance to have, yeah. I sometimes forget about priority moves, but when I do have them on my moveset, I always find they're really useful. So I'm always telling myself I need to incorporate more priority moves into my movesets, because they are really good. And yeah, I could imagine, if you're going for same type attack bonus twice and then coverage, then I guess it is all out attack. I like a setup tactic, so yeah. Entry hazards, what else? U-turn, so I can switch out. Any way that I can recover health, I'm a big fan of, definitely. So I like to drag drag battles out. I think moves like Tailwind as well is a good one. I quite like that as a nice setup thing to get me going fast. And what else? If I've already put entry hazards down, then I sometimes, if I know that I'm fast, I sometimes go for maybe Whirlwind or Roar or something like that to try and get rid of them. It kind of depends. It depends. But yeah, I do like having a lot of offense as well, especially if it's just singles. When you get to double battles, then I really like to lean into the support side of the game. That is true, yeah. An item like that would totally negate my strategy. Yeah, that is true. That is very true. But yeah, I'm looking forward to finding out which starter I'm going to end up with, because then I can start planning what my moveset will eventually be. Because I'm very curious, about what shape my Pokemon team is going to end up being. I've no idea who's going to be a part of this team. It's going to be a bit of a mystery to me. I'll just see which shinies appear for me. That's a good point. I do like having a screen setter as well. Yeah, I do find that can really help. Oh. Sorry about my dog barking. I was about to say, hey Wowzer, good to see you. And I hope you're doing well. And no, I do not stream 24/7. But I have been doing really long streams the past weekend. So I'm in the UK, and in the UK today is a bank holiday, or like a national holiday. So most people who have like office jobs, or just normal 9-to-5 jobs, tend to have bank holidays off. So I've had today off. It's been wonderful. I'll be back in the office tomorrow, unfortunately. So tomorrow I'll be streaming tomorrow, but only for just like a couple of hours after I've finished work. But yeah, I've been streaming a lot this past weekend. So I think on Saturday, Sunday, and today as well, each stream has pretty much been about almost 10 hours. So I've put in the effort to try and find this shiny. No luck yet. And yes, you're absolutely right. He does want some custard. But yeah, he's a little bit grumpy. He is a little bit grumpy today. Not quite sure why. It could be the lack of custard in his dog food. For those that do not know, my dogs really like a little bit of custard with their dog food. It's an acquired taste, but my dogs have acquired that taste. They do like that. And Deb, yeah, I have seen some movesets that involve Trick Room and Skill Swap. They're quite cool. I remember there was one Terror Raid I had to do, and I can't remember which one it was. Some 7-star Terror Raid that I needed to Skill Swap a really annoying ability away from the opposing Pokemon. I think it may have been to get Contrary off Superior in a 7-star raid, because Superior kept using Leaf Storm, and because it had the Contrary ability, instead of lowering its special attack each time it used it, it would boost its special attack each time it used it, and it was a nightmare. So I remember having to use Skill Swap to get around that Superior. But yeah. Yeah, those are some good tactics. I like that. Yeah, I mean, Pokemon just allows you to play in so many different ways. Cannot wait to start building my team in this game. Yeah, well, we will see if I can get the shiny this stream. It's looking unlikely. So wowza, I'm going to do another 21 streams today. Another 21 encounters this stream today. So I'm going to end the stream on encounter 1900, because I like ending on round numbers. So I think that's probably going to take me another hour. So we shall see. We shall see if I can finally get a shiny. And what I'm planning on doing is I'll be streaming for a couple of hours tomorrow after work. I'll do the same on Wednesday and do the same on Thursday. But after that, I will be taking a little bit of a break because next weekend I've got some family visiting for a couple of weeks. So I will not be able to stream for a couple of weeks. So this coming Thursday will be the last stream that I do for quite a while.
which is why I've been streaming so much this weekend. I've been really, really hoping that I could get the shiny before I go on that little break, but it's beginning to look unlikely. But we'll see. I've not given up hope. We will see. And yeah, Dev, exactly, yeah, and I think all those moves that you don't like to see on opposing Pokemon, those are the type of moves I tend to put on my Pokemon. So yeah, I like to do that. And yeah, no, I think I will. I think so. What I think I'll do when I eventually do go on that little break, yeah, I'll post. That's a good idea. I think I'll post something just to say when I'll be back, and I might even schedule in a stream so that people know that the next one's going to be at this point in time, and that date will be, you know, a couple of weeks in the future or something like that. Just to make it clear. And wowza, you're learning biology in an unbearable language. What is which language is unbearable? But yeah, I hope you do well. Hope you do well in biology. That seems really tough. I was never any good at that. But yeah, I hope you do well. Okay, so that's 19 more left. Yeah, exactly, Dev. To me, it sounds like a very, very difficult subject, biology. Lots of things to remember. Yeah, I wouldn't be any good at it. I also know I'm fairly squeamish as well. I can't even watch medical shows. You know, if they show blood or anything like that, I can't handle it. So yeah, I'm a bit squeamish. I'm definitely not very good with biology. Because I can remember in one biology class we had to dissect a pig's eye, and I can still remember it. It was horrible. It was absolutely horrible. You had to look at the lens, and we had to draw it afterwards. It was, I hated it. I absolutely hated it. I'm not a big fan of biology at all. At all. Okay, another 18 more. Nope, that didn't work. There we go. I see. Wowzers. Right, so you're learning in Polish. But it also involves Latin. Yeah. That does sound really difficult. That does sound really difficult. Well, good luck with it. I mean, it's a difficult subject, so I think it shows a lot that you're able to, you know, that you're learning those things. I think that's a good reflection on you. So keep it up. It will be worth it when you finally get through all that study material and the course. It will be worth it in the end. Oh, to actually put the thing, it's really hard for me to highlight stuff. I don't think I can put that into, yeah, every time I click on the message, it's, you know, it just takes me to like a drop down menu of different ways of interacting with your YouTube account. I don't think I can actually put it into. Yeah, I don't think I can put it into Google. Daruk is barking. Sorry about that. Oh, right, put... Okay, hold on, let me try. Mind you, if this is audio, I won't be able to listen to it. Oh, sorry, I'm doing the wrong thing. Because I've got the microphone now, I can't really listen to stuff on YouTube anymore during these streams. I can only watch stuff without sound. Talks Latin. Let me see. See if it's got. That one's not shiny. Okay. Let me see. Hold on. Okay, I'm just on my phone. I'm trying that. Oh wait, talks in Latin. I think I've just put talks Latin. Talks in Latin. See, not much is coming up for me on Google. When I check on my phone. And put in the second cube Polish above and you will see it and listen to it too. Yeah, I won't, I mean, I won't be able to listen to it no matter what. Like I say, I've got, with this microphone, it's going to pick up all of the sound, which I don't want it to do. So I may have to do that another time, I think. I don't think I'm going to be able to do that on this stream. Yeah, sorry. But I can imagine, I can imagine that learning, trying to learn biology is difficult at the best of times. I can imagine that. Yeah, I definitely take your word for it. I know. Well, I mean, I completely believe you. It sounds really difficult. It's not something that I ever came close to being able to figure out. Yeah. Yeah, I like to think of myself as fairly smart, but I couldn't do biology. It was way too difficult. So I definitely respect people that study it. And you've got to do chemistry as well. Yeah, it's a lot to learn, isn't it? It's a lot to learn. And yes, wowzer, Deb and I have been crafting a moveset for Daruk, Mifa, and my Shinx plushie. So because Daruk keeps knocking over the Shinx, we think his moveset is Rest, because he's constantly sleeping. Poison Gas, because he is a very gassy, flatulent dog. Howl, because he likes to bark at birds outside. And Iron Tail, because he keeps knocking over the Shinx. So we've created Daruk's moveset. And I think he's a normal fairy type as well, with the ability. What was his ability? I forgot his ability. I know Mifa's was unaware. I've forgotten Daruk's ability. And he does like to flop. Yeah, he does like to flop on the couch, I agree. He does. Absolutely. Unnerved, that was it. Yeah. He just kind of flop like a Magikarp around. He does. Okay. I've lost track of what I was going for. Of what I went for last time. Let's see. Could it be a Turtwig? Could it be a Turtwig? Oh, it's not. Okay, 14 more goes. 14 more goes. Yeah, and thank you very much for stopping by, Wowzer. Good luck with the studies. Keep going at it. It'll be worth it. It will be worth it. Just keep going. Keep going. I know it's hard. I know it's hard. But yeah, just keep going. And after you've put all that effort in, then make sure to treat yourself. Do something fun just for yourself to reward yourself for all that studying. Is there not a move called Flop? I can't remember. Yeah, I guess Magikarp splashes rather than flops, doesn't it? Yeah. But my Pugs definitely do flop around. There should be a Pokemon move called that. But yeah, you're right, Deb. I don't think there is there? But the Pugs definitely do flop. Let me move the camera. There we go. Get Daruk nice and front and center. So yeah, we got 14 more attempts. Hopefully. It's Splash. It is Splash, isn't it? Yeah, that was it. That was it.
Okay, that's an interesting question. So, if you had to play Charizard for the entire game, it's level 100, and you only had one move to use, what would it be? I mean, you would definitely want to avoid a move that would have no effect on some Pokemon. So I think that would rule out any, for me, that would rule out any dragon moves, because they would be completely ineffective if you came up against a fairy. You'd want to rule out normal, because if you came up against a ghost, you wouldn't be able to do anything. You'd want to rule out electric, but then I don't think Charizard knows an electric move anyway. Maybe it might learn Thunderfang. Can't remember. No, I don't think it does. I mean, I think it would be like a fire move. So I would have thought Flamethrower would be the optimal, because at least you'd be able to hit everything. You know, it might struggle against, rock or other fire types, but it will at least do damage. Whereas if you went for, say, a dragon move, you'd be risking it if you came up against a fairy type, or if you went with Slash again, you'd be risking it if you came up against a ghost type. Oh, does Charizard have Thunder Punch? Yeah, so I mean that would be something I would avoid. Yeah, I didn't know that. But fire can hit everything, can't it? I guess the only thing you'd be worried about is if you came up against something like a Flareon that has Flash Fire that makes it immune. There are Pokemon that are immune to fire moves. So maybe Wing Attack, actually. Because I think there are Pokemon out there with abilities that make it immune to fire. So you might want to avoid Flamethrower as well. Whereas I don't think anything would ever be able to avoid getting hit by a flying move. Is that right? So I think I'd go with Wing Attack, actually. I'm going to change my answer from Flamethrower to Wing Attack, because I think Wing Attack would be able to do damage to every single Pokemon. That would be my answer. What would be your answer? Oh, it can't learn. There you go. But yeah, I think something like that would be a bad idea anyway. Like I say, I think you want to go for, because it's level 100. Anytime you connect, you're gonna basically kill the opposing Pokemon. So it's all about, can the move actually connect to the opposing Pokemon? Does the opposing Pokemon have either a ability which prevents it from taking damage from that type of attack, or does it have a typing that prevents it taking damage from that type of attack? So I would go for Wing Attack, because I think flying is pretty good for coverage. Oh, apologies for Daruk barking. He's seen something out the window. Don't know what he's seen, but he's seen something, so apologies. I wasn't paying attention to the screen. Let me look at that Piplup. I don't think that's shiny. I don't think that is not shiny. No. Okay, right, 11 more goes. Bear with me.
sorry, Daruk is convinced there's something outside, but there isn't. Right, so yeah, so Charizard can learn Thunder Punch from TMs or the move tutor, depending on the generation. Nice, nice. And Tempest, you had a Mega Charizard that would regularly kill Greninjas with it. Very cool. I like that. I like that. So maybe Air Slash might be better than Wing Attack. Yeah, possibly. Possibly. Yeah, I think going for a flying move for coverage would be the best, I reckon. PP matters, possibly. Yeah. But I guess you could just keep going back to Poke Centers and things like that. Not sure. Not sure. Oh, why is the camera zooming in that way? There we go. Right, so we got 11 more encounters for the evening. But yeah, that is cool. I didn't know that Charizard can have that kind of coverage. That is kind of cool. Just, you know, for a normal build of Charizard, you know, having access to that move is kind of cool. Yeah. Okay, we've got 10 more goes. 10 more goes at this. Yeah, I'm not sure I knew that either. Charizard has some really good coverage moves. It's very cool. I think I remember seeing Marco Silva using a Charizard in the Latin America International Championships this season, and it was running at like a sunny day build. I can't remember if it had Solar Beam, but it definitely ran Sunny Day and a fire move. And I can't remember what Charizard's ability is, but that also really increased its damage in the sun with a fire type move, and it was doing some crazy damage. So yeah, Charizard is a I know it's a very popular Pokemon, but it's also really powerful, good Pokemon, I think. So Mega Charizard Y uses Solar Beam really well. That's interesting. And what type would I do as a mono? I probably would pick grass, just because I think grass Pokemon have a lot of status moves and recovery moves, and Those are the type of moves I quite like. You know, like the support side I quite like. So yeah, I generally do quite like grass. And dragon's a cool one, Tempest. Very cool. And yeah, Psychic's a good one as well. Psychic's a good one. Yeah, I think monotype runs could be quite interesting. I've never done one before, so I don't know. I don't know what they're like to actually play through. But I could imagine them being quite fun. Daruk is not happy with something that's outside the window. I don't know what it is though. And I didn't realise Garchomp had been power crept, but now you said that, yeah, the last few. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen Garchomp in a competitive team on the streams that I've seen of like various regional or international championships, at least this season. And this season is the only season I've actually started watching those things. Yeah, I can't remember ever seeing Garchomp, so yeah, you're probably right. Probably right, Tempest. Probably has been power crept. Because I've seen Dragonite a few times, seen Charizard, what other pseudos have I seen? I've seen Tyranitar do quite well in those. Not sure, but yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Garchomp. Okay, 8 more. Yeah, I've definitely seen Fluttermane. And I might have seen a Dragapult before. And yeah, Rory Moon I've seen on some teams. Yeah, I need to start. It's been a while. I guess it also depends on the regulation, like the rule set of the tournament. Yeah, I've not been keeping track of the most recent tournaments, so I do need to. I've been meaning to catch up on those. I mean, while my family are coming to visit and I won't be streaming, I probably will take that time to catch up on some of the recent regional championships that have happened. I do find them interesting.
shiny. Right, we've got 6 more. 6 more. So Deb, you've settled on a monotype team of Gardevoir, Gallade, Slowking, Metagross, Delphox, and Espeon. Very cool, yeah. Now do quite well. I think it's probably good that you've got a Gallade there, I think, because I guess with a Psychic type mono team, the big threat is going to be Dark types, presumably. And then having Gallade there with fighting coverage is probably a good strategy. Oops, wasn't paying attention. We'll go for Chimchar. And Deb, yeah, good luck if you're playing Radical Red. Very good luck. Very good luck. Hope it goes well. Oh, it's not shiny. 5 more. And I can also tell that Mifa's getting a little bit restless. So I'm hoping she can hang on for 5 more encounters. And Deb, I completely agree. Shiny Metagross is one of the best shinies, I think. One of the best, definitely. That's kind of cool, I didn't realise that. So, Radical Red, they're constantly adding the new generations to it, it seems. That's really cool, that's really cool. But I can imagine that would keep the game quite fresh if they're constantly adding the new generation
to it. So that sounds interesting. Nope. It's not shiny. 4 more attempts. 4 more attempts. And yeah. Yeah, Deb. Bug types can be a bit tricky. I mean, Larvesta and Volcarona is pretty good. And I've enjoyed using Vikavolt before. I think Vikavolt's a bug. I'm assuming so. But in general, yeah, you're right. I also enjoyed using Scizor with the Technician ability. Using like Bullet Punch seemed quite powerful because of Scizor's ability. But overall, Bug is a bit of a... You're limited with your options, really, aren't you? So, we've got 3 more. So the next one will be a Piplup, then it'll be a Turtwig, and then we'll end it on a final Chimchar. And Daruk isn't happy about it. He's very, very unhappy about the lack of a shiny. And yeah, I've never used low kicks, but yeah, low kicks would be good as well, I think. Yeah, I think you're right about that. Skeleton, hey, how are you doing? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. You've caught the very end of this stream though. There's only 3 more encounters left, so we'll be ending the stream on encounter 1900. So we're going for a Piplup next. A lot of people seem to enjoy Radical Red. It seems to be very popular. Very popular one. But yeah, congrats Skeleton on getting all the way to Lieutenant Surge. Because it does sound quite difficult. say Piplup next. And Tempest, no, no, I don't have a Discord just yet. I think I'm a bit too small, a bit too amateur just yet to have that. I don't actually know how to set one up, so I think eventually it's something I'd like, but I think I'm still just starting out, really. I think once I get my subscriber numbers closer to like 1,000 or something, that's when I'll start taking it a bit more seriously and doing stuff like that. I think that's the idea, but yeah, I wouldn't have a clue where to start with something like that yet. I wouldn't have a clue. But I mean, if it is something that people want, then I can do the research and figure it out. But I think I feel a bit too small for that just yet. I feel a bit too amateur. I'm just doing this for fun. Yeah. Yeah, I've tried. So I've used Discord in the past, but I've been forced to use it by alliance mates in a mobile game that I play. But I'm still confused by it. I don't quite understand how it all works. So Skeleton, on your it sounds like you can customize Radical Red in different ways, and for your run you've customized it to have the ability and the species randomized on extreme. And Deb, you're having randomized movesets as well. Interesting. I like how customizable it seems to be. That's quite cool. Okay, so we didn't get a Piplup. This is our last chance to get a Turtwig. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, Tempest, if you think it'll be a good idea, then it's something I'll try and look into. Oh, it's frozen. It's not Turtwig. Right, we're on to the last encounter now. It's Chimchar or Bust for this stream. Yeah, I think it's something I'll try and look into. I'll try and look into it. Because I think one other person mentioned, well, asked if we had a Discord, and I had to say no because I didn't know how to do it. So that I think you're the second person to have asked about it. So I think there's at least some people that would like it. So yeah, I'll tell you what. The streaming is going to take a little bit of a break after Thursday anyway. So while I'm gone, I think I'll look into how to do that and how to create that. Okay, right. This is the last one now. This is the last one. I'm going to go for a Chimchar. I really hope it's shiny. Thank you to everyone that has been in the chat for even a tiny bit of time. Really appreciate it. This stream has gone over 10 hours now. This is officially the longest stream I've ever done. So thank you very much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. It's flown by, really. It's crazy how fast these go by. They don't feel as long as they are. Here we go. So, Chimchar. If this is a shiny, this would be the best thing ever. This would be the best thing ever. Well, it's not a shiny Starly. It's not a shiny Chimchar. Right, but we made it to 1,900. I'll be back at work tomorrow, sadly, so it's just today that's the bank holiday. Back to work as normal tomorrow. I will be streaming after work, so UK time I'll probably be streaming from around about 5 PM till round about 7:30. Yeah, around about this time basically. And I'll be doing the same on Wednesday and Thursday. And then after Thursday I'll be taking a bit of a break. So fingers crossed with those, we should be crossing the 2,000 encounter threshold. But thank you all for stopping by. It's been lovely having you all. Hopefully I'll see you all tomorrow. Take care, have a lovely rest of your day, and be safe. Bye everyone. Oh, yeah. Daruk knows when I say that I'm about to go down. So sorry for the barking. Bye everyone.